Welcome, hello, and thank you all for joining. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining from. I'm Aaron Parecki, and we have Micah Silverman here as well. So we're going to kick things off today by telling you a little bit about what to expect throughout this marathon live stream, 6 hours, and we've got a bunch of stuff in store for you. There is a link down in the description below to the full schedule in case you want to jump in and out throughout the day. And the rough schedule of what we're doing is we're going to kick things off with the lab session. So that's Chris Berry's lab going through building an OAuth application. And then we'll do some Q&A, mix in with some other live demos and other guests coming in and out. Broadcast the API lab session after that, and then do some more live Q&A and additional demos. Micah, can you tell us a little bit about what to expect from the lab session?
Yeah, so the labs are loosely related to each other. They follow kind of a story thread throughout, but basically you have this application, a spot with an API backend. And in the first session, we're going to secure that SPA app using Okta, and behind the scenes using OpenID Connect, which is a standard that Okta supports. And then in the second lab, that SPA app interacts with an API to get data and render it on the single page app. And so then in the second session, we're going to secure that API using OAuth, which is a standard, and Okta also supports that. So you start out with a fully functioning application with a front end and a back end, not secured in any way, and you end up with a SPA application with an API backend that's secured both on the front end and the back end using Okta support for these standards, OpenID Connect.
Yeah, excellent. That sounds great. And we'll have a similar story for the API session later in the day. So throughout the demo or the lab session today, you will hear them reference the interactive labs, like hands-on aspect, and we obviously aren't going to be able to do the one-on-one that you get in the actual live session, the Zoom session. But instead, we do have links to all the resources that they're using in that session, and those are again linked below in the description and also on the event page, and we'll drop a link in the chat as well. We will also be here in the chat able to answer your questions as we're going through this, but you're not going to obviously be able to like talk to us and ask questions in person like you would be if you were in the in Zoom session. But feel free to follow along with those anyway, and we will be here, able to help you out live. So with that, I think we are ready to kick things off. So anything else you can think to add to that before we jump into the labs, Micah?
No, sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. So in that case, we will roll the title and start the labs. So see you in the chat.
But welcome to the post-Octane Secure Your Apps with Okta. Like I said, we'll get going soon. This is Chris Berry again. I think we'll wait just a couple more minutes and then we'll get going. We have just a few people right now, and but like I said, we'll get going in just a minute. All right. My name is Chris Berry, and I'm going to be your instructor for the next, I guess, 2.5 hours. In this session, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about securing, using federated authentication, a application using Okta. I'm a principal technical instructor here at Okta, and I think I have all the certs. So let's jump in. I doubt I'll make any forward-looking statements, but if I do, please take them with a grain of salt, because our roadmaps are subject to change. If you do have a question during this presentation, one of the things that we're doing is we have a large team of Okta experts who are on the line. And so if you do have a question, please send the question to everyone. And then our experts can answer that question. I, unfortunately, am going to be not answering the questions just because I'm going to be focusing on giving the presentation and then doing the demo of the labs. But like I said, in the Zoom environment, just launch that chat window. And if you do have a question at any time, type it in there. And like I said, our experts are on the line to assist you. All right, so we have a scenario here. And the scenario is that we have an application that has a front end and a back end. And so our end user needs to be able to securely access this application. And the application needs to be able to securely request APIs on that backend. And so what we're going to be doing today, we're doing 2 sessions. The first one is to secure the front end app, and the second one is to secure those backend APIs. We're going to use federated authentication, also referred to as single sign-on, to secure that application. And then in the other session, I assume a bunch of you have registered for that one. We're going to use Okta's API access management, which utilizes the OAuth specification in order to securely access those APIs on the back end. Our goal here is to prevent that hacker from being able to access that app and that API. One of the things that we do at Okta is we basically have an architecture which you could say is zero trust. And the idea to me behind zero trust is even on your private network, your corporate network, to implement internet grade security standards so that if someone were able to obtain access to that network, because you're using standards like OpenID Connect and OAuth, you're a lot less vulnerable to attacks by those hackers who gain that access. So like I said, our focus is going to be on that front end for this first session. The other session we're doing, secure your APIs, will be on that back end. All right. I'd like to do a little bit of defining. So at Okta, we use a few different terms. Primary authentication and federated authentication. When we're talking about primary authentication, typically what we're referring to is the basic username and password authentication. And these days that's evolving. We're moving towards passwordless. Typically, this is combined with a second factor, and then you have multi-factor authentication. But the idea is that a individual is proving their identity. With federated authentication, what we're doing here is we're creating a trust relationship between a resource that your end user is accessing, a trust relationship between that and Okta, which is going to be that identity provider. And so what this ultimately gives that end user the ability to do is to seamlessly access that application without having to do primary authentication again. So when we combine these two processes, the primary authentication and the federated authentication, our end users are able to do single sign-on to log in once, and then they're able to access these different resources using these trust relationships and not have to be impeded by memorizing and entering in, even if we're automating entering those credentials. And so we refer to that as federated single sign-on. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus today on utilizing OpenID Connect in order to do federated authentication. What OpenID Connect basically defines is a mechanism to provide proof of completed primary authentication and/or multi-factor authentication. The way that it does that is it shares something called ID tokens. And ID tokens are based on JSON web tokens or JWTs. So when we take a look at the options for doing federated authentication, there's SAML and OpenID Connect. And I just want to point out that you do have this choice. But the reason that we recommend OpenID Connect is that it has a number of advantages because it is a more current standard. So when you think about SAML 2.0 that was finalized all the way back in 2004, back when XML was the preferred format for documents in the enterprise. And then also, if you think about the iPhone arriving in 2007, something like SAML predates our modern smart mobile devices. And so it really doesn't take into account the types of applications beyond the basic, form-based web applications that existed at that time. So both of these allow you to do federated authentication. But OpenID Connect is more lightweight. It works with modern application architectures. It's easier from a development standpoint. And it also shares a lot of commonalities because it is based on OAuth. You can also use OAuth in order to do that secure API access. So it has this associated specification that makes it even more useful. Now, even though OpenID Connect has a number of different advantages, I just want to say that there's nothing broken about SAML. So it is by far and away in the enterprise the most dominant standard for doing federated authentication. And so there's nothing wrong with it per se. Just saying, if to me, I think of SAML as being the car engine that runs on gas, and OpenID Connect is the electric engine. These days, if you're gonna build a car, you probably want to build one that's an electric car rather than one that uses a gas engine. And so, nothing wrong with SAML. It's just OpenID Connect is our recommended way to go. So when you think about OpenID Connect use cases, where are the places that you should be applying it? If you have native mobile applications, if you have new homegrown applications, if you have situations where you have your end users entering in multiple credentials in order to access different sites and apps that are under your control, OpenID Connect is a great fit for those scenarios. it's a maybe for something like header-based authentication applications that you have. So Okta does have a product, the Okta Access Gateway, which acts as a bridge to those much older types of applications. And so, you could go about it solving the problem by either re-engineering the application to use something modern like OpenID Connect, or you could use a tool like Okta Access Gateway and use that bridge to access those applications. Where it's not ideal is when you can't modify the source code. So this assumes control. And if you do have those existing SAML applications, like I said before, there's nothing broken about SAML per se. It's probably not worth the effort to re-engineer a existing SAML application to do OpenID Connect instead. Now, when we think about the actors in OpenID Connect, it's really a relationship between three different parties. So we have your end users, your applications, your sites, and then Okta. Now in OpenID Connect, the end user is simply called the end user. They're the ones who want to access those resources without that friction of being able to log in again and the security implications of having multiple credentials to remember. We refer to your application or site as the relying party. This is the app that wants to provide that access without requiring re-authentication again or primary authentication again. And then Okta is going to be your authorization server. Okta does many things, beyond what we're just displaying here. But within what we're doing, it's going to do that primary authentication of the user and then perform federated authentication by issuing tokens that are then used by the relying party to automate that access for those end users. So if we were to, have this kind of, diagram showing the relationship between these two, here's our end user going out to the authorization server and then going to the different relying parties. Within Okta, we can do this either by starting at the relying party or the user logging into Okta first. And then, doing what we would refer to as IDP initiated single sign-on, where the user would then click on a tile on their end user dashboard in order to access those applications. So we support a number of different architectures for what you might want to do, whether it's doing authentication for a single app, multiple applications, or app initiated or IDP initiated. Let's briefly talk about ID tokens, which are an implementation of a JSON web token. A JSON web token has three parts. It has a header, a payload, and a signature. And so the purpose of the header is to identify the standard algorithm that's used to generate the digital signature. The payload is where we're going to have the identity data that we're passing from Okta to the endpoint application. So this is the relevant identity information that application then uses to provide access. And then the signature is the digital signature. Now, the purpose of the digital signature is so that the relying party can trust the data which is in that payload. There's a couple of key things that digital signature provides for us. One is that we know the origin of the token. So the way that works is that only your Okta org has its private key, which is used to sign this token. And then the second thing is non-tampering. So when we generate an ID token, we want to make sure, because the payload is actually not encrypted, it's, if you're doing it over HPS, it's definitely encrypted that way. But theoretically, someone could get into that payload and attempt to make a change to it. Because the digital signature is generated where the payload and the header are used as the seed data, what we're able to do is to guarantee that the verification of the digital signature will fail if the payload has been tampered with. So when you take a look at an ID token, what you're going to end up seeing, this is just kind of a shrunk down version of one. basically so it can fit on the slide. But the data in an ID token is going to be base 64 encoded. And so when you decode it, what you're going to see are these two JSON objects with a bunch of key value pairs. We refer to these key value pairs as claims. So an ID token contains claims, which are the identity information that we're conveying. So taking a look here, let's break this down a little bit in terms of what's relevant to the relying party or the application. Within the payload, the first claim that we see here is the sub. Sub is short for the subject, and this is really the who in terms of who is accessing this application. When we're talking about a user-based application, this is going to be that user's Okta user ID. It also might be a application ID. So if you're using something like OpenID Connect or OAuth in order to access, I should say it's actually OAuth specifically, not really OpenID Connect. But in an OpenID Connect or in an OAuth token, which is actually technically an access token, it could be something else. Now that I think about it, OpenID Connect is inherently user-oriented, therefore it will always be a Okta user ID. There's also identity information. So for instance, here we have the name of the user. This kind of information can be used, let's say, if you're doing just-in-time provisioning within the application, you can use this identity information to provision that account if it's the first time that they're accessing it. The issuer, ISS, this is who generated the token. So remember that Okta is the issuer of these tokens, your Okta org. And so what you're going to see is the URI for your org. And so in this case, here we have HTTPS ://oktaice.okta.com. Just imagine this being yourcompany.okta.com. The AUD is the audience. This is the intended recipient of the ID token. This is the application ID here. And so this is a unique ID when you declare the application in Okta as an OpenID Connect application. Okta is going to generate this value. And like I said, this is the ID for the relying party. It's the intended recipient of the token. There's a couple of timestamps here, the issued at timestamp and the expiration timestamp. Probably the more important one is the expiration timestamp, and your application, your relying party can check to see, is this an active token or one that has expired? There's also there's a few other things within these JSON web tokens. JTI is an identifier for the token. Think about it as an ID for the ID token. There's also an IDP, which is a reference to the identifier for your IDP. You can do things like use Okta and OpenID Connect with social authentication, in which case you define an external IDP. The preferred username is very important. So notice here we have a preferred username, joe@oktaice.com. If you think about the applications in your environment, I'll use myself as an example. A lot of the applications I access, my username is chris.berry@okta.com. In some applications, my username is just chris.berry, and then in others, it's cberry, CBARRY. So for each of these different applications having their different application name formats, the purpose of the preferred username is to send that app-specific username. So whatever that identity is within that endpoint, so that we're able to translate it to the format that we need. You can do that transformation either in an automated fashion using Okta's expression language, or if need be, you can do a manual override. So for instance, maybe there's 2 Chris Berries in your organization. I might be cberry1 or cberry2, and you can do those manual overrides where the expression language, the automated generated value needs to be modified. So when we think about an ID token, on the left-hand side, here's an identification card that is from the state of California. And on the right-hand side, we have our ID token. And these have similar purposes and similar goals in terms of what they do. So if we take a look at this ID card, it was issued by the state of California. And so ID tokens are issued by your unique org. Within the identification card, there is an ID for this person. So in this case, I123456 this would map to the subject. It's really an identifier that answers the who question. It also has an expiration. For that matter, it has an issued time, which unfortunately in the case of the ID is that ISS in the bottom right-hand corner. It also has identity information. So when we take a look here, in this case here we have Seiji sample and an email address. In the case of an identification card, we have physical addresses. In the internet, we have electronic mail addresses. And then finally, built into an identification card are a number of different security features. And the purpose of those security features is that the identification card can't be falsified. So there are things within here which prevent it from being copied, things that make it hard to modify it. If you were to, I don't know, take a razor and try and pull out a part of it. All these different security features with holograms and anti-copier types of technologies and chips, all of these are in there in order to prevent somebody falsifying a identification card. And so it's all about trust. It's all about the integrity of the data that's being presented to you. All right, so I have a very quick quiz that I'd like to take you through. So we talked about the OpenID Connect actors, and then we also talked about the different claims that exist within the ID token, which is a JSON web token. So taking a look at this list, we'll start with the first one, which is the authorization server. So over on the right-hand side, A, B, or C, which of these claims would represent the authorization server? I'll give you a few moments to think about this. So the authorization server is represented by ISS. The authorization server is the issuer of the token. Let's move on to the relying party, number 2. So A or B, what's represented in the ID token, which claim in the ID token? So the odd or the sub. So the relying party is the audience for the token. It is the intended recipient of the token. And so its correct answer here is A, which means that the end user is represented by the sub. So that is the subject of the ID token. Now, within OpenID Connect, there is this concept of scopes. And what scopes define within OpenID Connect is they determine what pieces of identity data are going to be returned by the authorization server. In other words, what types of identity data are going to be placed into that ID token. There is one that is always required, which is OpenID. This is the base ID, base identifier information. And so this is going to include that sub. The profile is going to include name attributes, the app-specific username. The email is the email address. Address is physical address. Phone is the value of the phone number field within Okta, not the mobile one. And then there's a special one, which is offline access, which will also request a refresh token. Just so you know, we're not going to get into working with refresh tokens too much here. But the idea behind a refresh token is that it allows a long-lived session in the sense that a refresh token can be used to obtain a fresh ID token. And so it doesn't require user intervention in order to do that. So when we take a look at the endpoints that are being hosted by Okta, There's a number of endpoints which are associated with every Okta org, and you can find them by going to your base URL and then going to /OAuth2/v1. Under here, you'll find these different endpoints: authorized token, user info, keys, introspect, revoke. There's actually a few others. The authorized endpoint is where you're going to send the user via a redirect in order to initiate the process of requesting the token. A number of things might happen. So if the user is not yet authenticated, they would need to authenticate. We also have an implementation for providing consent. So when you think about sharing your data with a third-party site, one of the things you can do is require that the user consent to sharing that data. But ultimately, what's going to happen is you're going to go through a flow or a grant and end up on the token endpoint. Now, the token endpoint is considered the back channel. It's where the relying party communicates to Okta, the authorization server, to ultimately request the token. It says server-based applications, but these days it can be a client-based application using something called the authorization code flow with Pixie, proof key for code exchange. But that token endpoint is where the relying party actually obtains the token. User info is a place where you can obtain identity information about a current user. So think about you're providing access, but there's additional data on that user object in Okta, and so you want to provide that access to those attributes. You can go to user info to obtain additional attribute data off of the user object. Keys, this is where you obtain the public keys used to validate the integrity of the ID token. So the way that this works is that essentially Okta has the private keys that it never shares, but it makes available the public keys on this keys endpoint so that any relying party can go out and validate the authenticity of that data contained within the token. You can do this either by doing local validation by using a standard JSON web token library, or you can use an endpoint called introspect. Think of this as essentially a web service that Okta provides in order to check the validity of a token and obtain metadata about it. And then finally, there's revoke. Revoke will invalidate a token. Typically more used in OAuth situations, but think about some other system saying, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to revoke the token, and what this will do is it will essentially expire it or make it invalid going forward. Now, when you define an application in Okta and you specify that that application is an OpenID Connect application, what Okta is going to do is Okta is going to generate client ID for you. And so we have three different examples of OpenID Connect applications with three different client IDs. Now, the first one represents a client ID for, let's say, a custom application or a homegrown application that our organization has created. So what you do is you go into Okta's administrative console. You can also do this via API. You would define a new application of type OpenID Connect, and then Okta is going to generate that client ID. Now, also within the Okta integration network are a number of applications that use OpenID Connect to do federated authentication. So here we have DragonBoat. So DragonBoat is a fairly new software as a service company. And so they've chosen to use OpenID Connect as their federated authentication standard. So in this case, once again, when you add that application from the Okta integration network, Okta will once again generate that unique client ID. And then we have an example of social authentication. So in this case, if we wanted to offer up the ability, rather than doing primary authentication with the username and password, What we could do is we could use social authentication, which is another form of federated authentication, where a person would go to an external website and then authenticate there using a password, and then ultimately that site would communicate either using an OpenID Connect ID token or an OAuth access token. We'll get into that in our next session, in order to provide authenticated access to Okta. So these client IDs are unique identifiers for each OpenID Connect app. I talked about this, grants and flows. So these are the procedures, the different steps that are used to obtain the tokens. So first off, the relying party requests an ID token from the authorization server. In this case, it would go to that authorize endpoint. If the user is not currently logged in, then Okta, the authorization server, is going to authenticate that end user. The authorization server is then going to return that ID token to the relying party. Typically, the relying party is going to request it through the token endpoint. And now that relying party has that user's identity information. When you set up a OpenID Connect application in Okta, there's a few fields that you're going to need to define. And I just want to go through a couple of URLs. The first one is the initiate login URL. What this is at your app or site, your relying party. This is a place where when a user would be redirected to this location, this would initiate the process in order to request those tokens and to do federated authentication from Okta. So think of this as, most of the times that a user would, initiate the process of doing federated authentication, they're simply going to go to a protected area of the application, and then that application is going to detect that they don't have an active session. And so what they're going to do is they're going to redirect the user over to the redirect URL, which is our second one. In this case, the initiate login URL, think of it as a sort of a dumb destination where if this is requested, it automatically initiates that process. The redirect URL is where, let me actually kind of finish this out. So when the user does not have a session with the application or site, they get redirected over to the authorize endpoint, and the application identifies itself with the client ID. What's going to happen is Okta is going to check to see, is the user logged in? Do they have a valid session already? Assuming that, in this case, that they do, what we would do is we would send them to the redirect URL. The redirect URL is a URL at the relying party, and it's going to do one of two things. It's going to receive either a temporary authorization code, which is much more common these days for the purpose of doing the authentication code flow with Pixie, which is really the gold standard, or the authentication code flow for server-based applications. Or it can, if we're using something like the implicit flow, it will receive the ID token directly. So, rather than complicate that, talked about the temporary authorization codes. Don't worry about that too much. For what we're trying to accomplish here, just think about that redirect URL as being the place that is going to ultimately be in the application, which is going to either receive or request ultimately at the token endpoint, the ID token. All right, another quiz. So I hope you like quizzes. We have a few of them in here just to keep it a little interactive. So when we think about the OpenID Connect term on the left-hand side, we have claims. What definition on the right-hand side best defines claims? So there's a lot of words, so I'll give you a bunch of time to think about this. So our definition that we're going to go with for claims is B. So claims are the pieces of identity data contained within the payload. So what about scopes? So A, C, or D, what best defines scopes? So scopes define what identity data, in other words, which attributes from the user object in Okta are going to be returned from the authorization server. So for tokens, A or C, so the tokens are the format, in our case, JSON web tokens, for sharing data between these systems. Because JSON web tokens, we can verify the origin of the token and that someone has not tampered with that payload. We can then trust it, which means that number 4 is a flow is the procedure by which the relying party obtains proof that the user has completed primary authentication already. All right. Just so you know, Okta supports a number of different flows. And so these days there's, I think, 5 that we support, basically for different application architectures and relationships for applications within your environment. All right. So let me just walk you through a flow where it's, a little bit simplified just because we're putting this on a single slide. But what we're showing is an app initiated single sign-on flow. And in this case, the user does not have a session with Okta. In other words, they have not yet completed primary authentication or multi-factor authentication with Okta. So in this case, the user would navigate to relying party A. The user does not have an active session with relying party A. So in this case, this is workforce identity. And what that means is that rather than creating a purely custom user interface that might be powered by Okta's APIs, instead, we're going to let Okta do the authentication of the end user. And so what's going to happen is we're simply going to redirect the user over to Okta in order to request the ID token. Okta does not have a session for this user yet, so their user is prompted to do primary authentication and possibly multi-factor authentication. After the user successfully completes MFA or primary authentication, a session at Okta, your Okta org, is going to be established. We do that by creating a cookie. And what's going to happen is an ID token for relying party A is returned. And so now we can use the identity information within there to create a session. Now, like I said before, it's a little bit trickier than this. We're kind of overly simplifying things. In the case of these days, in step 6, you could actually break step 6 down into 2 pieces where it receives a temporary code that we then use for a call to token to obtain the token. But for the most part, 6, if you just think of it as a big tent in terms of a process, it's a little bit more complex, but don't worry about it for now. Now, the second sort of scenario here is that, all right, the user has successfully logged in to relying party A using federated authentication. They've successfully logged into Okta using multi-factor authentication. Now let's talk about relying party B. So the user navigates to relying party B. The user does not have an active session with this second application. So the user is going to be redirected over to Okta to request an ID token for the B application. Now, in this case, the user already has a session for this user. So Okta has this session. And so what it's going to do is it's simply going to return the ID token to relying party B. And now we are off and running, and the user has seamless access to that application. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do basically do a demo of the hands-on labs. So what we're going to give you the opportunity to do once I'm done with the demo, is to actually do this yourself, which is to set up an application within a essentially a sandbox environment that we've created. And then what we're going to do is we're going to modify that application. It's a pretty simple JavaScript application. We're going to do some configuration in an Okta org, which contains some credentials, which we're going to share with you soon. And then we're going to update that application to request the ID token from Okta and parse the ID token. In our case, we're going to be using the Okta Authentication SDK for JavaScript. So this is one of our many SDKs that we make available via our GitHub repository out at github.com/Okta. In the hands-on lab portion of this, we're going to give you a PDF. You can see we have a pretty short URL there, that oktaeducationservices.com, so oktaes.com, and then /secure app lab guide. Now, here's what I recommend. I think a lot of you are going to be itching to do this on your own. I recommend that you simply watch me do a demo. You can sit back and think about the different concepts and ask questions via chat. And then what we'll do is, after I'm done, we're going to devote the rest of the time so that you can work on it on your own. And we're going to go to breakout rooms where we're going to have a bunch of our lab assistants be able to assist you. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out to a hosted virtual machine. And so the location of this is out at a website. Also, this is, just so you know, this when I do this demo, in the lab guide, you're going to have the same instructions. Please don't start now. Please just watch. And then our lab assistants will assist you with getting this all to work. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a unique access code that is assigned to you. I'm going to paste this number in and then click on login. Please do not use my number. And what's going to happen is it's going to prompt me for my name. So 1 second here. Do not enable password protection, but I do need to consent to the policies. I'm going to click on OK. And so essentially what this is, at okta.instructorled.training, this is a bunch of hosted virtual machines. And so we pre-configured these to have the necessary software in order to get this to work. So I'm going to go from the lab tab and then click on this connect to the lab. And what's going to happen is this is going to take me to a virtual desktop. It's taking a little bit of time. It's just firing up that server. Here we go. A little bit slower than usual. Hopefully not too much longer. And Murphy's Law, once I get a ton of people online, it's suddenly the slowest I've ever seen it. So hopefully, there we go. All right. When you get to this point, it's going to prompt you. It's basically a Windows server to log in as the Okta administrator or the other user. In this case, I'm just going to select, you could actually, I'll follow the instructions, select other user. Sorry about this. It's a very slow lag right now. So once we do go in here, just want to point out that the password for every system that you access is going to be, it's in the lab guide, but it's train me 4321. And unfortunately, not sure what's going on. Usually this is super crisp. All right. All right. Here we go. Yeah, unfortunately, let's see here. It's just not responsive. Hmm. Let me try this again. I'm just going to restart the browser. Let me try this again. Go back here, enter in my access code. Hopefully I get a better response this time. Connect to the lab. All right, all the AD. All right, so administrator. Password is trainme4321. It is in the lab guide. And so I'm just going to log in now. Hopefully, whatever that was is beyond us. All right. Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to do is you're going to do this also is I'm going to download some files. What we're going to have you do is open up a command prompt, and we're going to have you go to the root directory, make a directory, and the name of this directory is class files, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the files that we need. And so the files that we need, oh, it's not in the documentation. Let's see here, 1 second. Can someone send me the, in the Slack, can you send me the link for the lab files, please? I know it's an Okta ES one. Thank you very much. All right. Got it. All right. Sorry about that. Let me download the files. So oktaes.com/dev lab code. Should have just committed that one to memory. All right, so I'm going to download these files. And what I'm going to do is unzip them and place them in that directory. So let me go over here, this PC, C drive, class files. There we go. Okay. So now that I've done that, I have the directories I need that I can now go in and use to update my application. All right. So moving along here. All right. Next thing I'm going to do is to log into my unique assigned org. So in my case, I've been assigned this org, which is of this format, Octane, and then a unique 6-digit number. So Octane, and then mine is 217000.octapreview.com. And so we're going to have you log into these environments, Okta training, and then train me 4321, like so. Enter in a forgot password question. Doesn't really matter what you enter in there. And then select a security image. And now we've set up this default administrator account. All right, so let's get on to more of the kind of the key stuff that we're doing in here. All right, so what I'm going to do is back in my command prompt window, I'm going to go into that folder that I downloaded the lab files to. So go to dev day and then go, there's basically going to be 3 directories in here. The one that you want to, oh, there's a dev day inside the dev day. Let's do this. Sorry about this. Let's do a three folders right here. Let me just move these real quick. Place them in the parent folder, and there we go. All right, so in here, there's going to be 3 folders. And so what we're going to be working with entirely is just the one called Promo Spa. We have another session on APIs where we'll be using the other 2. So for right now, we're going to go to promos and then spa like so. All right, I'm going to do an npm install. So I'm going to let this run in the background because it takes a few minutes to do its thing. In the meantime, I'm going to go in here and we have Atom installed on these. And so let me just launch this. You're going to see a bunch of warnings. We need to update this. There's a lot of out-of-date packages that we're using, but we're using the latest and greatest when it comes to the Okta SDKs. So within here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a project folder. And so I'm going to navigate to that class files folder that I created. And what I'm going to do is simply select the dev day. And so the one that I'm interested in, key thing here is the Promo Spa. I know there's a Promo Spa API client. We're going to use that for the next class. Please do not use that. All right, so within the Promo Spa, just want to point this out. Under the source folder, there's a few key things. This is a Vue.js application. So Vue.js is a JavaScript framework. So similar to React and Angular, but it's pretty easy to work with, and that's why we chose it. Within here, there's a bunch of these HTML pages which have the extension of .vue. These are the pages which dynamically render content based on the JavaScript logic embedded within them. Now, the place where we're going to be making changes to the code is here under the auth folder and the router. Now, starting with the router, the purpose of the router is that when a request comes into our single page app, What the router does is it does one of two things. It either is going to return one of those components, one of those HTML pages, or it's going to call a function. What we've done is we're going to import all of these different functions from the auth folder. And so let me now jump to the index.js. This is where we have our functions that are going to do things like request and parse the tokens that we get back. Okay. I'm going to return back to my command prompt now that I've opened those up. And what I'm going to do is do an npm start. I'm going to start up the web server. And so now we should have an application that we can play around with. And we'll update that application to do federated authentication. So as of right now, the idea behind this is if you navigate to my profile, it basically displays a profile page showing a bunch of identity information. And right now we don't have anything. So this is going to be blank. So let's now fix this. So in order to fix this, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to need to declare the OpenID Connect application in Okta. So I'm going to navigate down here to applications and then applications. I'm going to define that I want to add a new application. And then what I'm going to do is rather than selecting an application in the Okta integration network, instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here on create new application. There's a number of different platforms. So in the case of a traditional form-based web application, you could use secure web authentication, which is our password manager, SAML 2.0 or OpenID Connect. In our case, though, we have a single page application, a pure, web server based, no app server. And so we're going to select OpenID Connect. And what's going to happen is it's going to prompt us to name the application. So I'm going to call this the Promos app. The idea behind the Promos app is that we're basically displaying coupons for our ice cream customers. I'm going to add a redirect URI. Now, this is very important because this is how, this is basically an allowed list of URLs that Okta can either return the token directly back to or to return a temporary authorization code to. So this is essentially, like I said, that allow list of places where we'll communicate to. So this is definitely a part of the security features within OpenID Connect. We're just going to enter in localhost on port 8080 and then token callback. I'm going to click on save. Now, what's going to happen is that at this point, Okta is going to generate the client ID. And so within this area here called client credentials, nice handy little copy to clipboard button that I can use. And so what I'm going to do, just go into Notepad and say, this is the Promos red client, or not red, we usually have multiple versions, Promos app client ID. And I'm just going to paste that in so I can reference it later. Now, another aspect for those of you who've worked with Okta and understand the way that we provide authorized access, a user is not able to access an application until we've assigned that application to that user. So we're going to be pretty lazy here. We could have made you create a mock user and a mock group. We're simply going to go in here and say, let's assign this application to everyone, basically the everyone group within Okta, which is a default group. And now everyone within our org has access to this application. Typically, you're assigning it to a subset of people, but that's just our shortcut that we're going to do here. Now, another thing that we're going to do is we're going to go under security and then API. And the reason is that we need to set up what's called a trusted origin. And so the purpose of a trusted origin, it really has two use cases. If you're not working with an OpenID Connect application, you could use a trusted origin to once again, have an allow list of places that Okta can redirect users to. In our case, we're going to create one for the purpose of CORS, cross-origin resource sharing. So I'm going to go in here and click on Add Origin. I'm going to call this, once again, the Promos app. And so I'm just going to go in here, localhost. And then once again, we're running on port 8080. You don't need to do any URLs, but we do need to select this. Now, what this is going to do is this is basically a browser enforced security feature. And the way that this works is that it is going to enable our application to be able to do a XML over HTTP request to our Okta org. And the reason that we need to do this, and the reason it's called cross-origin, is that by default, a browser will allow a AJAX or XHR call back to the origin from which that page was issued. But if we're going to a different URL or a different domain, in this case, the page being hosted on localhost 8080 needs to then do an AJAX call over to Okta. This is going to allow that call over to this Okta org. So we're going to set that up, just click on save, and then there we go. I'm going to sign out, by the way, as it says in the instructions. And the reason is we want to go through this from the standpoint of actually doing primary authentication when we test it out. All right, so I'm going to go back to my window here running the application. I'm going to do a Control-C to stop the application, stop the web server. And I'm going to install Okta's Auth SDK for JavaScript. So, and then just do Okta, so our Okta repository or Okta account on GitHub, auth.js at 4.7.2 save persisted. All right. So I'm not sure, we know we wrote or whatever, we updated these a few weeks ago. I'm not sure what the latest version of the Auth SDK is, but 4.7 is pretty close to the newest version. But you can find out more about this by simply going out to github.com/Okta. And then what you're looking for is the Auth SDK. You can also find more information about this at developer.okta.com. Just go to the JavaScript page for more documentation. All right, so I'm going to kick this off. This is going to download the Auth SDK for JavaScript. This one will not take too long and should be good. All right, there we go. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm going to return back to Adam and start to do some uncommenting and just kind of walk you through what we need to do. So within here, we're going to import the object for the Auth SDK for JavaScript. We'll be using that later. Down here, I'm going to uncomment all these lines. So in our case, each of you has a unique org that you're going to be assigned. In my case, mine is 217.000.octapreview.com. And so what we're going to do is we're going to identify our unique domain for our Okta org here. So where those requests to /authorize are ultimately going to go. Now, we also have this reference to the authorization server. This is going to be used for the issuer. And the reason that we have this as a separate constant is because within Okta, you can actually have multiple implementations of authorization servers. So we need the base domain name, but in our case, we're using the base authorization server, so it's going to match our unique domain. But like I said, in Okta, you could have multiple of these. All right, the authorization URL is that front door. That's where we're going to initiate the request to obtain the tokens. Now, in our case, later on, we're going to set up a environment variable called Okta Client ID. And so when we set that up, we will then propagate in this constant the client ID there. For the redirect URL, once we launch this, we're running on localhost 8080, and this is just going to take whatever that current value is, and then say that our redirect URL is going to be token callback, and we're going to communicate that up to Okta. Remember, we entered that in when we defined our OpenID Connect application. The scopes, remember we talked about how there were standard OpenID Connect scopes, which define what identity information we want returned from Okta. So in this case, OpenID, profile, and email are the ones that we chose. One of the things we do in the full one-day class is we do, in the one-day class, we do both workforce identity scenarios and customer identity scenarios. And for customer identity scenarios, what we do is we use the Okta sign-in widget in order to authenticate the users. That's what this is here. We're not going to do it. We're just going to leave the default here, workforce identity mode equal to true. I'm going to go down to my list of variables. So within here, the state is used to capture what the user requested in the application so that the user can end up in that location once they're done. So imagine you're in an application, you go to a specific record, maybe someone sends you a link in an email. You want to be able to maintain that state so that after you request the token, you end up on that specific record in that application. And so that's the purpose of the state, similar to the relay state in SAML. The grant type and the response type are referring to, the grant type is the flow type, or also referred to as a grant. And then the response is what we're getting back. Now, here's the thing. We have a little bit of logic here. And what we're doing is we're saying, if this browser does not have the crypto support for generating the, basically the public private keys for basically generating a hash and sending it up to Okta and then sending the seed data later. It basically is a mechanism by which Okta can verify the origin of the request. So if you think about going to the authorized URL, the purpose of Pixie is that when you go to the token endpoint, we can use the generated hash and the seed value in order to confirm that the requester of the token was also the originator of the request. In this case, what we're doing is we're saying, okay, if we do not have those crypto libraries available, we're going to use something called the implicit flow. In our case, we're using what you should be using, which is the opposite use case here, which is the authorization code flow with Pixie, proof key for code exchange, which means we get back a temporary authorization code and we go through those extra steps in order to request the tokens. The great thing about this is that the Okta Auth SDK for JavaScript is going to take care of this for us. So you really don't need to understand all the gory details there. It's basically the default mode that it runs in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instantiate this Okta Auth JS. And so it's going to use our Okta Auth class in order to create this. What we're doing is we have a few of these parameters that we're initializing. One of them is that we're gonna store the tokens in session storage rather than local storage. And then we're gonna set the grant type, the URL, the client ID, the redirect URI, the issuer, the authorized URL, and then whether or not we're using Pixie, all based on those settings that we set up there. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Our next thing that we're going to do is in here, retrieve tokens redirect. Let me just go in here and do, so we're going to use the Auth SDK. And what we're going to do is we're going to get with redirect the tokens. All right. We're going to send a couple of other parameters here. Response type is equal to the response type variable that we set up above. Then we're going to do scopes is going to be set to the constant we set up above. And then the state is just the state. This is used to track what the user originally requested. All right, so I'll talk about this in a second, this retrieve tokens redirect, but this is going to get called by the router when the user attempts to access a protected area of our application. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this and then go into the index.js for the router. I'm going to add a new path in here that's basically going to say, so just do this, retrieve tokens redirect. So when a user requests from the base URL, what we're going to do is we're going to call a JavaScript function of the same name, retrieve tokens redirect, like so. Okay, put a comma on there, and that way we wouldn't add another one, it won't break. All right, so now that I've done that, let me save this file. So when we do this request to retrieve tokens redirect, this calls the function. The function is going to use the SDK to redirect the user over to Okta with all of these parameters set according to OpenID Connect to request the token. All right. Now I'm going to go back in here to my command prompt window, set Okta client ID equal to, and what I do is go in here and grab this, make sure I got the latest, greatest, Control C, go back in here and do an edit, paste that in, and set up that environment variable. Double checking the spelling, that all looks good. So I'm going to do an npm start like so and start up this application. All right. All right. So now that I've done that, I'm going to test this out. Notice that I am currently not logged into Okta. That's fine. I want to show authentication. So I'm going to go here and update this to be retrieve tokens redirect. Okay. And so what's going to happen is this is going to call that function, redirect me over to my Okta org. And so this is a request that was made up to the authorize endpoint. And now what I would do as an end user is I would authenticate. Okta training, train me 4321, like so. So I just want to, there it is. And then click on sign in. Now what's going to happen is that Okta, after authenticating me, is going to generate the token and return it back to me. Now, like I said before, there's something called the temporary authorization code. That's what we're seeing here. This is a part of the PXE standard. But right now, I'm not seeing any data. And the reason I'm not seeing any data is that I have not yet implemented my redirect URL. So I've requested the ID token, but I'm not doing anything with the ID token. Okay. And that's what we're going to do in our next lab. All right. So in the final lab, what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and implement this token callback function. And we're also going to create a route associated with it. I'm going to create a variant here called URL. And so the idea here is we would capture wherever the user's original request would be going to. And let's just do location. There we go. We'd use that to track the state. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use a function here. So store tokens from redirect. And the idea is what this does is this will basically store in session storage the tokens that we get back. Second here while I set the state before I do that. And then finally, we're going to send the user to where they originally requested. Okay. All right. All right. So now that we've done that, essentially when we get, what this does is this contains the logic that our SDK is going to go, okay, we get back the tokens directly or the temporary authorization code. Regardless of which one we get, we're going to use that to complete the process. And once we have those tokens, we're going to then store them in our case in session storage for this browser so that we can use and display the tokens later on. All right, I'm going to do a Control S. I just realized actually I'm not quite done. To fetch the tokens, we would use the token manager. I'm going to go in here, Okta, auth.js, token manager, get the token, like so. And let's do this. Save a little bit of time here. And the second one that I'm going to grab is the access token. For those of you stick around for our next session on doing API access management, we'll be working with those. All right, so let me do a save here and then go back to my router. And the reason I need to go back to the router is that I need to now set up the path for the token callback. Do like so. Component, token callback, function of the same name. All right, there we go. Okay, so let me save this. And then what I'll do is I'm just going to go back here and go into my application. All right, so one of the things that you can use a site like token.dev. There's instructions for taking a look at your token later on. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up the Chrome Dev Tools just for the purpose of being able to see the token that we request. So I'm going to go over here to application and then go to session storage in order to be able to see, if I generate a token, am I going to see it here? All right. Now, later on, or once we do this, we should see this and it should show up and we shouldn't get any errors. All right, so let me go back to here. Now, the thing is, I'm already logged into Okta, right? So I already authenticated within this browser, so I have a session. So now when I go to retrieve tokens redirect, what's going to happen is this is going to do single sign-on. It's going to automatically return the tokens that I get back. Let's go back to here, token storage. All right. So what just happened is because I already had an active session with Okta, I did not need to do primary authentication again. And what I got back down here was I got back, let me just do this, my ID token. And so if I take a look at all the claim data in here, here's our token. Okay, here's our ID token with all that identity information and the different claims that we talked about previously. If you want, you can also take this, go out to token.dev, which is a website that we have. And you can take that ID token and paste it into basically a field here. Go down here, this JWT string, paste that in. And so you can now go in and take a look at the token, just seeing the raw base64 decoded data for that token. Okay. All right. That was it for my demo. And what that means is you now have the opportunity to do this on your own.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. It's Mel.
Yep.
Because we have a more manageable group, we're going to actually stay in this main room. So we're not going to go into the breakout rooms.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Okay. Then what I'll do is I'll stop sharing. Does that sound good? And then we'll just jump into it.
Great. We'll share the link via chat for the
Okay.
credentials. And everyone can just go in and you'll be able to download the link or click on the link.
Hey, Mel,
locate
can I
your
interrupt
name.
you? Sorry, Chris, you have a couple extra slides, I think, for the wrap
Oh, I'm
up.
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Let me just wrap things up. My bad.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Oh, no, it's I apologize. So let me just return here to, so the way that we're going to do this is that we're going to now work on the hands-on labs, and we have a bunch of people here to help you out. But when we do this, I just want to point out that we do have a class that you can take if you want to get additional, more of the one day, cover things like customer identity situations. We have a class you can take, and we'll be sharing that link to download the lab guide with the step-by-step instructions through the chat. And then just want to point out that so I actually already talked about it, but the name of that class is Single Sign-On Enable Custom Apps and Sites with OpenID Connect. It is a one-day class. We also have a class called Customer Identity for Developers. This is a class that's on Okta's APIs, which are not necessarily standards-based. So when you think about doing multi-factor authentication, when you think about managing your org via API, when you think about doing things like user registration, those are the kind of APIs that we talk about in the Customer Identity for Developers class. In addition to a number of other topics such as inbound SAML, social authentication, working with inline hooks and event hooks. So it's really kind of the catch-all for all of those APIs that Okta provides that allow you to really, take advantage of all the capabilities of your org. There's also securing your APIs. So the name of that class is API Access Management with OAuth. That is a one-day class also. And so for those of you who are sticking around, we're going to give you a taste of that class for the Secure Your API session, which is after this one. And then finally, securing your infrastructure. We have a very cool integration with Terraform. And so our very own Bot did a session at Oktane called The New Developer Experience at Okta. So if you're interested in using the Terraform tool from HashiCorp, which basically it works with the Okta APIs and metadata configuration files in order to automate, the classic things that you would do in DevOps. So if you make a change, let's say within a preview environment, you want to automate moving that change into your production environment, you can use Terraform in order to do that. And so Bharat has a session. It's going to be on our Oktane website. If you were not able to watch it during the last 3 days, like I said, check out our YouTube channels in order to locate that. All right, so when we do the hands-on labs, we're not going to do the breakout rooms because we only have roughly about 20 people. We thought we'd have a lot more. And so our lab assistants are going to share unique credentials for you. And then the thing is, because people are going to go at different paces, when you're done, you're done. So some of you will take 20 minutes to do this. Others of you will take maybe an hour. Don't worry about it. Go at your own pace. And then when you're done, go ahead and sign off. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching. And if you have any questions, we have lab assistants to assist, and I'm also going to assist. So thank you very much for attending. Let's jump into the hands-on portion and let's do this.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that walkthrough of the lab, and we have some time now to help you through it if you are trying this on your own. Otherwise, we are here to just answer questions for the next half hour or so until our first demo of the day. So yeah, let us know in the chat We are live on YouTube as well as Twitch. Let us know in the chat if you have any questions. Actually, I'm curious if anybody is going through the lab right now. Let us know how far you've gotten on that. Hopefully seeing Chris walk through it live was helpful. And things are a little bit different if you're doing it from the YouTube and Twitch version, since you don't have access to the VMs, obviously. But the actual content of the exercises should be the same anyway.
Yeah, one thing I would say is, if you don't want to, if you're not a usual JavaScript user or Node.js user, there's a bunch of online platforms that aren't affiliated with Okta in any way, but one that comes to mind is Code Sandbox. You can do all of this from your browser if you want to.
Yeah, that's a great point. Josh says, already got through it walking through with Chris. That's awesome. Glad you made it through then. Cool. Yeah, there's definitely, I know this was a JavaScript demo, but it's definitely, all the same concepts still apply regardless of what language or framework you're using, because it is standards based. So Josh is an overachiever, thanks. Yeah, oh yeah, Josh, I appreciated that too. The why OIDC versus SAML, that was a good comparison. I know there's a lot of questions about which one is the best one to use and when, and it's at this point very clear that OpenID Connect is the future-proof path forward at this point. And SAML is there if you really need it, but it's not the first thing it's not the first tool I would pick up out of the toolbox at this point. Yeah.
We get this question a lot with customers just about SAML. A lot of customers come to us having already used SAML, and one of the first things we ask is, well, are you planning to build any sort of backing APIs or anything to, kind of microservices architecture, anything to like reduce your or to centralize your footprint across multiple apps? And almost always the answer is yes. And then it's really a no-brainer because, SAML is useful for SSO and probably will continue to be for a while, but it's really not suitable for backing distributed APIs at all. So then you end up having SAML and OAuth anyway. So, if you're going to go down that path, you might as well kind of pull the Band-Aid and use OIDC and OAuth and have kind of a single stack solution.
Right. Right, exactly. Oh, there's a question here. How do I get the access code? So actually, the thing that Chris was talking about, that was for the people who are doing this live on Zoom, where they're the ones that register ahead of time and are doing this with the instructor-led exercises. So the access code, that was for them to get into the VMs that they're using and all that kind of stuff. So don't worry about that. The labs, you don't need to use the VMs or that kind of thing for. The guide that you have in the link down below, that works for as long as you're running code in your own environment. It just means you have to be able to set up Node.js and on your own computer. Yeah. Any other thoughts or questions about what was going on with the demo that Chris was doing? Well, we can always just chat about OAuth questions and OpenID Connect questions as well. Feel free to drop in any comments down below, or otherwise, Mike and I are just going to start talking about who knows what, and we'll see where it goes. Yeah. Let's see. So I know one question we often get is, do you need OpenID Connect or OAuth, right? Which one are you Which one do you need to do for when you're building stuff? And generally the idea is and I think Chris mentioned this during his presentation, but he talked about the idea of token audiences, of who the token is meant to be read by, or who its intended audience is. And that's kind of how you can tell whether you need access tokens in OAuth or ID tokens in OpenID Connect. So, right, the audience of an ID token is the client applications. So it would be the client ID of your registered application. And whereas the audience of the access token is your API. It's going to be some identifier for your API. And in Okta, you'll end up with an audience, a sort of default audience that's created for your default authorization server. I think it's like API / default or something, but that's meant to identify your backend API. And so I guess the short answer for which one do you need is, if your application is going to be doing an OAuth flow and then making a request to a backend API, that's what OAuth is for. And if your application just needs to learn about who the user is, then that's OpenID Connect. Right. So anytime that the app wants to learn about the user, learn their name, email address, or anything about the user, if it's the application learning that information, that's where you need to get an ID token and read the data out of the ID token. And this is another confusing thing, which is that access tokens oftentimes are JSON Web Tokens. And in Okta, they always are. But a lot of OAuth servers will implement JSON Web Tokens for access tokens, which makes them look similar to ID tokens. And I kind of wish that wasn't the case. I kind of wish it didn't happen that way, because I feel like it's confusing when both tokens look so close to each other. It looks like you can use them interchangeably, but they're really not at all the same kind of token. They're 4 totally different things. They have different security properties based on these considerations, and you really can't mix them up. And even though it looks like they're kind of close to each other. Yeah. I don't know, Micah, do you see any other common questions about this first half of the labs, the OAuth client side of things?
Yeah, we've definitely gotten the question about like people, customers or people starting to work with OpenID Connect will come to us with a little bit of knowledge and say, I kind of get the difference, or I see the difference between OpenID Connect and OAuth. Really, all we care about is SSO, so I don't want to have to deep dive into OAuth. I just want OIDC. And we kind of say, well, OpenID Connect is this thin layer on top of OAuth, so you need to know a little bit about OAuth, even if you're not going to have a backing API, even if you're just using OpenID Connect, because it inherits so much from OAuth down to the types of flows that you use. So even if your only use case is SSO, you're going to have to get a little background on it. But part of what we try to do between the examples we have and the Okta CLI and other tools is to make it so that as a developer you can just kind of drop it in and ramp your knowledge as you go. But we don't want a deep knowledge of OpenID Connect and OAuth to be a blocker either. So trying to strike a balance there.
Yep, for sure. This is a good question from the chat. If you're building a client app Angular, is there a benefit of using the widget over domain login? Do you have any thoughts on that, Micah?
Yeah, that's a great question and a fair one. And I certainly have a bias, but I think it's I can back it up, and that is there is a benefit over the kind of the redirect flow, as opposed to having an embedded widget. And in fact, it's kind of the same thing. When you do a redirect, it's just a hosted version of that same widget. So there are some other benefits, for developers where you don't have to worry about having the latest version of the widget. You don't have to worry about updating it, grabbing it from the CDN. If you're using the redirect flow, and it is the same exact code, it just happens to be running elsewhere. But you have kind of an authoritative guarantee that your application doesn't need to handle or collect or properly worry about credentials when you're using a redirect kind of flow. And from a purely security best practices perspective, that's kind of where we land. And as a developer, I'm really happy about that. I don't want to have to deal with, in the world of Java, this password that somebody just put in that I now have in my backend as a string. When is that going to be garbage collected and have to worry about those esoteric little details because my app never sees the password, which I appreciate. So it's kind of a long-winded answer, but I would definitely favor a redirect kind of flow over the embedded widget.
Yeah, the question was actually the opposite, right? Is there a benefit of the widget over the redirect flow? And you're saying that actually the redirect flow, it has a bunch of benefits, which I would agree. Yeah. I think it's a really good point. Is the more you can kind of offload out of your app, the less things that can go wrong with your app and the less problems that can cause. So, keep all the security stuff out of your app, make it Okta's business to deal with it, and then you just have less risk and less failure points. Yep. This is a great comment from Josh. The terminology of primary authentication and federated authentication helps clarify some of the single sign-on concepts. Yeah, I agree. The primary authentication being the place where the user is actually typing in their password, whereas federated authentication is the idea of landing at some app after having done a single sign-on flow. I think that's a good point. Is that I know this is a lot of I get this question a lot when I talk about this stuff. I talk about the OAuth flow, and the application redirects to the OAuth server, and then the user has to log in there. But that step of the user logging in doesn't actually have to be them logging in or doing primary authentication at that step either. That could also be federated out to some other service, and you see this a lot, right? With any corporation that has a Google domain or Google org, they call it Google Workspace. No, I forget the new name. They change their name every 2 years. Whatever the Google Apps thing is for your domain is called now. If your company is using that, and if your company has their own single sign-on solution like Okta, you'll go to Gmail, click login, and then you don't even get a Google sign-in prompt. You get redirected to your company's single sign-on. But any app that's doing login with your Google account ends up with Google-issued tokens, not Okta-issued tokens, because the Okta single sign-on bit is totally separate flow from whatever client is being logged into. And that's another great architecture pattern here that you get when using OAuth and OpenID Connect, is you end up with these sort of different segments that don't really have to be aware of each other, and everything just kind of works without a lot of special casing as code.
Yeah. Just for fun, you might open up the developer tools sometime if you have one of those complex federated flows, and you might notice, like a half a dozen redirects that happen very quickly, but you're going through all these different systems along the way.
Yep. Here's a question from Juan. I know this is web-centric, but what do you recommend when it has to do with desktop apps or command line that a user has to run in a PC? So this is actually, the OAuth flow is kind of designed around web-based applications, but it doesn't actually require to be running in web-based applications. And we, first saw this with mobile apps, where mobile apps want to be able to do OAuth, so there is a way to do it in mobile apps. And it turns out it actually works the exact same way as long as the app can handle the redirect. The trick in all these cases is the app has to be able to grab the redirect back from the OAuth server. So on mobile, the mobile app can either claim a HTTP URL pattern or a custom URL scheme. And then in a command line app, it's or desktop, it's similar. As long as you have a way to grab the redirect, it can work with the same flow. So on command line, you have a couple of options. You can spin up a local web server inside that command line app, which listens on like localhost on a random port, and use that as your redirect URL, so that when the browser lands back at that URL, it's already able to be accessed by the command line app. Or you can do, if you can't spin up a local web server for some reason, you can sort of do a manual version where you make a redirect URL that is actually a web page that like displays the authorization code from the redirect URL and then tells the user to copy and paste it into the command line app so that the user has to deliver it. That's definitely not the ideal solution because it's a long copy and paste thing that the user has to do. But if you can't spin up a local web server in your command line app, you can do that version of it instead. But in either case, it's the same OAuth flow in both cases, like regardless of how that ends up happening. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah. This is a question about does Okta support Passetto and macaroons for tokens? I'm assuming you saw Brian's talk. Was it Brian yesterday talking about the different token types? Yeah. That was a great session. I learned a lot, and I also have more to learn about macaroons. Apparently, a lot of that went way over my head. And but yeah, different types of tokens for different purposes. But no, Okta's access tokens are JSON Web Tokens. That is a standard for access tokens, and it is a well established, and because it's a standard, there's good library support and things like that. I think Passetto and macaroons macaroons, there is no spec, as we learned yesterday. And with Passetto, it's still pretty new, so I think it's going to be a while before we see large vendor support for that kind of thing.
It is supported on token.dev, though, at least the Passetto side.
Oh, yeah.
Things, so
yeah, that's a great point.
That's a nice resource.
Token.dev being the sort of testing tool for tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah. How popular are JWE tokens? Probably necessarily. What's the main scenario why this might be a requirement? So JWE versus JWT would be the when your token is encrypted rather than just signed. And I don't have like any solid numbers, but I feel like I haven't seen JWEs very much at all in the wild. Like I feel like most of the time, the vast majority, people are using unencrypted JSON Web Tokens. I'm not entirely sure the reason for that, but as for when it would be a requirement to use JWEs, the fact that JSON Web Tokens are unencrypted basically means anybody that has one can read the contents inside it, even if they can't verify it. So if you think about ID tokens and access tokens, those are going to land in your client application, which might be a single page app in a browser, or it might be a native app in that somebody's building. And in both those cases, the actual end user, as well as potentially the app developer, well, certainly the app developer for when they're testing it, they will be able to see what's inside of those tokens. And obviously, the app developer is meant to see what's inside ID tokens, so we don't really need to encrypt those. But app developers do not need to and should not look at the contents of access tokens. That's only meant to be consumed by the API. So the problem is that app developers and users can see that data when it's not encrypted. So if you have things in your token that are any kind of sensitive information or information that you don't want the user to know about themselves, that's when you would want to go to an encrypted token. The example I'd like to use is if you're building something that a system that has the concept of shadow banning users, where the idea of a shadow ban is that users are effectively banned from using a system, like they can't leave comments on things, but you don't want them to know that. You want them to still be able to do the comment operation, see that it worked, but then nobody else can see their comment, right? So they're kind of in like a little hidden box out of the way, and nobody can tell that nobody else sees their content, but they don't know that they're banned. And in order to do that, you could put a claim into a token saying that this user is shadow banned. But then, because it's a JSON Web Token, the user could find that out about themselves, which would be defeating the purpose of the shadow ban. So that's the problem there. And that's when you would want to go to an encrypted token format so that users can't see inside the access token.
Yeah, and I think part of the challenge with JWE is that the spec includes a lot of different encryption algorithms, and some of them are pretty challenging. A lot of the elliptic curve algorithms, and just anecdotally, I contribute to the Java JWT project, JWT, and we're very close to our 1.0 release, which will include JWE, but it's taken us like a year to really like flesh out and make sure that we're spec compliant and covering all the different types of encryption algorithms that are included in the spec. So it's a lot more challenging to go from JWS to JWE. Signing is pretty straightforward and I think better understood, at least at this point.
Yep. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for questions right now. We're going to take a short break and come back with Matt Rabel doing a demo of JHipster, and that'll be at the top of the hour ish. I think we'll do a 10-minute break. Come back at the top of the hour with a demo, and then we'll be back. Mike and I will be back with more Q&A and chatting about all things OAuth and OpenID Connect. So see you back here shortly. Same stream. This stream is going to keep running the whole day, so don't worry about finding a new link. But we will take a short break and see you again. See you back here soon.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Hello, developers, and welcome. My name is Matt Rabel. I'm a hick from the sticks. I grew up in the backwoods of Montana without electricity or running water, and here I am today doing all this computer stuff, so anyone can be anything. Today, I'd like to show you JHipster. Hopefully, you're here and you haven't heard of JHipster, because if you haven't, then I got a lot of good stuff to show you. If you have and you're just a fan, well, it's nice to have you and good to see you. If you have any comments or any questions, please post them in the comments, whether you're on Twitch or whether you're on YouTube. We're streaming to both, so love to hear from you. So JHipster is a development platform and application generator that makes it easy to get started with many of the leading frameworks in the Java space, as well as the JavaScript space. So that's why we call it hipster, because we're Java people that are into Angular and React and Vue. So that's not always that common. So what I'm going to do today is do my infamous or famous, I'm not sure, blog demo. So I'm going to create a blog, and instead of using JWT authentication, which is the default for JHipster, I'm going to use OAuth. So what I've done is I've created this JHipster 7 demo. You can see there's a GitHub repo here, and there's nothing in it yet. I'm not going to upload the code until I do a bit more polishing, but I do have this demo script that I will use. So if I pull that up raw, you can see it in ASCII Doctor there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that on the left. So these are all the various steps that I will use to create this demo. And then I will also be using IntelliJ Live templates for some things. So if you see me just type a few characters and it spits out a bunch of code, that's not really me being fancy. It's just IntelliJ pre-recording my setup. So we'll start by opening up a terminal here, put that on the right. I do have the latest version of JHipster installed. You'll see that's 7.0.1. I'm using npm version 6.14 and node version 14.15. So I'll start by creating a blog directory. I think I already have one, so let me move that one to blog.back here. And then I'm going to use the take command. Take actually does a make dir and a cd. So we'll do take blog. Now we're in that directory, and I can type JHipster. So JHipster will prompt you for a number of options. And you can see down at the bottom here, it says, hide this, monolithic application, a gateway, or microservice. So obviously a microservice has many different parts and many different apps. So I'm just going to do one of the simplest way possible, because if you're new to JHipster, I want to show you, an easy way to get started. So we'll just do a monolith application. I'm not clicked on there, so there we go. We're just going to call it blog. And we could make it reactive with Spring WebFlux, but for this demo, I'm not going to. The one cool thing about Spring WebFlux is it makes your backend so it can utilize your hardware more, and you can get more throughput, and therefore you can lower your costs if you're in a cloud environment. If you don't have more than 500 requests per second, then you're going to get the same performance from Spring MVC as you do from WebFlux. So for this particular example, I don't expect this blog to be that popular. So I'll just go ahead and say no. Default Java package will do org.jhipster.blog. And then, like I said, instead of using JWT authentication or JWT authentication, I'm just going to use OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect. This is all powered by Spring Security. There's nothing in here that's Okta specific or Keycloak specific. This is just the power of Spring Security making OpenID Connect possible. And then I'll just do a SQL database. Production will use Postgres. And for development, we'll use H2. And then which cache, I'll just use the default EH cache. And then, yes, we'll use Hibernate for the second level cache. I did a poll yesterday on Twitter. It's still going if you go out to twitter.com/MRAIBLE. And it asks what I should use for this particular part, Maven or Gradle. Maven's currently winning by almost 2-1. So I'll choose that. If you want to use a JHipster registry, I'll say no, because not really doing microservices, so don't really need it. As far as other technologies, I'm just going to say nothing. And then I'm wearing an Angular shirt, so I'll use Angular. Do you want to generate the admin UI? Sure. And then boot swatch theme, I'll go with the default. And we'll go with internationalization support with English. And then go down to Spanish here. Check that. And then for E2E tests, we'll use Cypress. And then it asks if we want to install other generators from the JHipster marketplace. I'm going to say no. If you said yes, then it would prompt you for, give you a list of all the different ones. So now you see it's creating a whole slew of files for us. And not only is it actually generating files for the UI and the backend, but it's also generating tests. So if I was to run this through Sonar, this actually ships with a Docker container I can use, and test it with Sonar, you would see that it has about, I think, 70-75% test coverage throughout, not only on the back end with the Java stuff, but on the front end with the TypeScript that's used by Angular. And the most painful part of this all is, of course, npm install. And there was a point in my life when I was first starting with Okta where they actually provided me with a laptop that was very locked down. And I remember doing this at Devox UK. And this process here took like 8 minutes. So you can imagine me dancing on stage and being like, just waiting for this to finish. This should only take about a minute or two. And the reason that it was taking so long was Okta was actually scanning any new files I created on my hard drive. And so since then, they've made it so I have this particular place where it's okay for me to install files and everything works okay. So once this is done and running, what I'll do is I'll start up Keycloak because we're using Keycloak by default in a Docker container. And then I'll run the app and we'll go through and look at some of just the default features in the UI that's generated for you. Almost finished. Oh, now it's got to download Cypress. These are those times when I wish I had a fiber connection, 1 gig. I live out here kind of south of Denver now in Colorado. And the place we lived at before was kind of central Denver. And about 6 months before we moved, we got that 1 gig connection. And man, that was awesome. And now I think we're at 80 meg. So not super fast, but hopefully this will be done pretty soon. 0 vulnerabilities, right? It's good to see. I always like that with any open source library you're using. And so you'll see that took about 4 minutes and 38 seconds, which is way longer than usual. But also a lot of that time was me, entering in those values in the beginning. So, maybe a minute or two, and you can see we're a platinum sponsor on the project. We sponsor JHipster with love. So I'm going to go ahead and start it with MVNW here. And if you're not familiar with the Maven wrapper, that is now included as part of the Maven project. And fun fact, Brian Demers on my team at Okta actually wrote the first version of the Maven wrapper. So we have a lot to thank him for there because it makes it so you don't actually need, Maven installed on your system. And my friend James Ward actually wrote a further enhancement where you could actually download a JDK and install Maven. But I don't think that ever made it in. So that would be like super convenient for no one, not even having Java installed here. I do have Java 11 installed, just to let you know. So you can see it there. I did try this with Java 16 yesterday. And what I found was there was something in JHipster's pom.xml that prevented that. So if you look for 16 here, you can see you're running an incompatible version of Java. So this has to be changed to 17 if you do want to, use it with Java 16. And I did commit a patch for that yesterday. So everything will be working with the next release with Java 16, no problem. Okay, so this is a error that I did want to show you because you might run into it. So what's happening here is that it's unable to connect to Keycloak. So it expects Keycloak to be running at this URL, and it's not. So if you do, we'll clear this, ls source main docker. You can see there's a number of Docker files we can start up. So not only the app itself can we run with Docker with this app.yml, but also Keycloak, some monitoring if we want, the JHipster Control Center, and Postgres if we wanted to run it with a production profile, and Sonar if we wanted to actually run against that and see how many, what our test coverage looks like. So this Realm config right here is used by Keycloak to import the default users and app settings for OIDC. So I can do JH Keycloak up is a command shortcut that I have. JHipster has OhmyZSH plugins that you can use, so you can have a bunch of shortcuts for Keycloak and all that. So now let's see if it's running. Docker PS. Looks like it's starting up, so we'll try this again. And you'll see we're also using Spring Boot 2.4.4. So this is a big milestone personally for me because JHipsters seems to have lagged Spring Boot by about 6 months in our implementation of what Spring Boot offers. And now we're right up to date with what they offer. So that's pretty exciting with version 7. And there's also some fake data that'll be loaded, and I'll show that after I start generating entities. But right now we're waiting for Webpack again. I do think this is an issue we need to fix. I do believe it's actually fixed with Gradle, but not so much with Maven. You notice I already built the project and started it up. So why is Webpack like rebuilding everything again, right? That's silly. Come on, Webpack. It took 23 seconds of my day right there. But with Gradle, it's got like a files updated check, so it can actually skip that compilation the second time. So now everything's up and running, and we can go ahead and open in our browser. We'll make that a bit bigger. So you can see if you sign in, it'll redirect you to Keycloak, and then you can just use the admin that we have set up by default. And if we go to entities, there are none. And if we go to administration, we can see there's a number of metrics. So it's doing timings on the different requests, on data source statistics, cache statistics, all that, as well as a health check. So you can see our disk space. We have quite a bit here. I got 150 gigs free. And if we were to look at the configuration, you can see all the configuration that is used for JHipster and Spring and all that sort of stuff. You can even go into the logging and change the logging. So for instance, if you were to search for org Spring Framework and you wanted to change, its AOP to info, you could click right here. This is more of a feature of Logback than JHipster. It will actually change it on the fly and start logging differently on your backend. And then if we were to go to API, you can see our Swagger, UI. So if you want to have some developers working on the back end, some working on the front end, and the front end just wanted to see the API available, they could go here. And of course, they can, execute and get commands back. It also spits out curl commands. So that's pretty slick and all works pretty well. So let's go back to our demo steps here. We'll put that back on the left, and we'll go ahead and stop this, clear it out. And what I'm going to do is import a blog JDL. So JDL stands for JHipster Domain Language. We're hip if we have our own domain language, right? So start.jhipster.tech is where you can go for that. So let me open that up. Make that bigger. And then I'll sign in here. And I don't know my password, but one password does. So JHipster Online, I got a couple accounts. And design entities is JDL Studio. And what this allows you to do is actually write JDL and see what it looks like. So you can see my JDL on the left here. I have a blog, I have a post, and these are, the properties within that. We have a name and a handle. It's required. It's got some validation rules. And then you can even make this bigger if you want to see how all the relationships work. It's got a post with a title, a content, and a date, and then a tag, right? Because you want to have tags on your posts. And it's also got relationships. So if you've ever done much with Hibernate or JPA, you know that those one-to-many and many-to-many annotations can get a bit confusing. I think this is a little bit easier to use with our relationship many-to-one and many-to-many. But just like with Hibernate and JPA, I'll admit I copy and paste a lot of this stuff because, once you figure it out once, you like to use it again. But basically, this syntax here says, there's a relationship of blog to a user login to user. And that user and login in the braces is actually saying that that's the field we want to display on the dropdown when the user sees it on the UI. So we can go ahead and copy this right here. And I'll go back here and I'll do vi blog.jdl. Put that in there. Screen's like darkening. Hopefully it's not darkening for you. Brightness, come on, baby. That's what happens when you do full screen terminal, I guess. So get out of full screen. Make that a bit smaller. There, and then you can do JHipster, JDL, blog.jdl. And this will generate entities both in the back end and the front end. And by default, we use Liquibase to create your schema and to migrate your schema. So if you wanted to, make changes and make your backend have new fields or remove fields, Liquibase will handle that for you with your database. So as part of this process where it's actually creating new entities, it's also going in and creating new Liquibase files that will create new tables for these entities. And then I'll go back to my demo instructions here. Put that on the left again. So I'm going to restart the application. Oh, someone's calling me from Cambodia. Hi, Cambodia. Never mind. You know, that's a scam call. In fact, like 95% of the calls I get these days are scam calls. I'm thinking of just deleting like the phone app off my phone. I really don't use it that much. So this is, again, you know, rebuilding stuff. And we do have a way, I'll show in a minute, where you can actually have the front end, like, be smart enough to recompile. And we do use Spring Boot's developer tools on the back end. So if you did recompile a file, it would actually restart Spring Boot as well. And that works most of the time. So you can have a pleasant experience for the most part, where all you have to do is save a file or recompile it, and then it will reload it. And of course, if you're using Eclipse instead of IntelliJ, if you save a file, it'll reload it, right? IntelliJ, I think you have to, you know, change some things to do it, and then it'll work that way. So here we are, starting up. Come on, baby. Talking to Keycloak there. And then we're back up and running. And we can make this bigger again. Now you'll see we have some entities, right? And we have this fake data under here. And the reason that we do the fake data with faker.js is because as developers, it's kind of a pain, even for demos like this, to actually relate things to each other. So it's kind of nice to have this fake data here. So I'm going to take a little detour from my demo script and makes things easier. Instead of deleting this fake data and restarting everything, I'm just going to go ahead and use it. So I'm going to assign this to like the admin user here. And we'll give the admin user a couple blogs, and then we'll give the regular user a couple blogs. Oh, this is a kind of a thing that I would like to fix with JHipster. So right now what happens is if you log in from an IDP using OAuth, identity provider, what happens is that user is then saved in the database. So you'll notice we only see the admin user right here instead of the admin and the user, which are both in Keycloak. And so I actually have to sign out and then sign back in as the user in order to see the users in that dropdown. So if I were to, now I see user and I can do that. So one solution I've seen for making this better would be to use Skim, which is a standard protocol to be able to sync users between your identity provider and the actual application that you're using. So that would solve this problem that we're not just saving the users when they log in. What I found is Keycloak doesn't have support for Skim 2, right? Quite yet. Okta does, so that may be something we add in the future. But now you can see one of the problems here is everyone can see everything, right? And if we were to go into the posts, you would see that we can, you know, assign some of these to different blogs. So what was that first one? Integration, maybe? We should probably change the names of these. So go into blog here and change this one to, you know, admin's blog. And then change this one to like user's blog. So we at least know what they are. And then if we were to go into posts, we could see that, you know, we can assign this one to the user now. And we still have a problem, right? We can see everyone's stuff. So how we're going to fix that is basically go into one of the Java files and change it. So instead of getting all the blogs, it finds the blogs by current users. And then we'll show how those blog list screens limit that data. So I'm going to open up my IDE for this. IntelliJ is my favorite. I used to be a huge Eclipse lover, probably from like 2002 to about 2006. And the biggest reason I loved Eclipse was it was just so much better and faster than everything else out there. Hi, James. We're looking to get together for coffee. Maybe I should turn on Do Not Disturb here, huh? Do Not Disturb for 1 hour. Okay. So now while this is loading up, I can start looking for my code here. I need to look for a blog resource, right? That's the REST endpoint. So blog resource. Hopefully it's indexed enough so I can reach it. Come on. Yeah, the indexing. Enough with demos, huh? Have a drink. Ask a question. It's almost done. You can do it. I probably should have just like created this in the same directory and then maybe IntelliJ would have faked it. Well, let's try again. There we go. Okay. So now we have the blog resource. Got to reset our editor. Restore default layout, maybe. No? Why is it only showing the so few lines? Come on, IntelliJ. You're killing me. Maybe after it's done. I mean, I say I like IntelliJ and then you do this to me? Come on. Okay, let's try restore default layout again. Nope. Okay. Try killing it and reopening it, right? Maybe I shouldn't have upgraded my IntelliJ instance right before this demo. You could say that. Okay, now it's working. So now we go down to get all blogs. So if we were to look at the structure here, right, you can see where the methods are, and then you see this find all. So we can just change that to find. Oh, it's still indexing, really? Find by user is current user. So now you can see, we will be limiting those blocks. So go ahead and recompile this up here. Not going to let me. Oh, under build, sorry. Compile that blog resource. Should restart everything back here. Come on, Spring DevTools. There we go. And then I'm going to use npm start. And what this will do is it'll give my front end the ability to restart as well. And so it will do some proxying to the back end and make everything work as if, they're separate. And then you don't have to worry about like CORS, cross-origin resource sharing or anything like that. So I think it's starting. It's not quite up yet. There could be a problem here. You notice it actually doesn't have those dev profiles in there. So I have seen that before. I'll just try restarting it manually there. And I do have 64 gigs of RAM, so you think this stuff would be faster, but what I've learned is streaming really slows things down. Like in an actual conference environment where I'm just plugged into a presenter behind me, or a projector, these things typically go faster. But man, if you're running npm install on stage, it's always risky. So the first time I actually did a JHipster demo was at DevOps 2015 or 16, and I actually pulled this whole thing off in 20 minutes. So looks like we're going a little over that today, but the tools got fancier and they got slower. So maybe that's a Webpack problem. I do find it funny that actually, Webpack takes longer to compile than Java code. Like, what's up with that? Come on. So we're still waiting for the back end. It gives us an error, right? It's like, hey, Maven, why are you recompiling that again? So note to self, maybe even though the Java community wants me to use Maven over Gradle, I should use Gradle just for the experience, because Maven, you keep compiling Webpack and I didn't change anything. Like, you're kind of ruining my demo. There is a way around this, and I will use it the next time. So I'll just show you what the command looks like. It's mvn-p-webapp, and that means don't activate the web app stuff. So the only problem there is you won't get anything rebuilt if you were to hit 8080, but we have everything running on 9000, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'll remember to do that next time. Maybe I should even add it to my demo script there. Okay, so now if we go here and we're to log in and look at our blog, you can see now we only have the users blogs, right? And if we were to sign out and sign in and go to admin, then we will have the admin's block. So of course, you need to do some work on entities as well. I'm just going to skip that part because the reloading was kind of a pain, and I'm sure you don't want to see me do that again. But here's what you will do for that. So there's a get all posts in that post resource, and you'll change this find by blog, user, login, order by date descending. So we can actually change that code. That's not hard. We just won't actually restart anything. So we go to entity resource, not here, or post resource. It's called post resource. And I like to name it post resource because post is like often a key word, right, for annotations like JAX-RS annotations. So using post can cause havoc in various frameworks. So if we were to go to get all posts here, then we can, just take this eager stuff out and be like, we want to do it like this. And then those will be protected as well. So only the current user will be able to do it. And then you'll notice that doesn't exist. So you have to actually create that on the post repository, but that's all you needed to do. And now those posts will be limited as well. So back to our instructions, we won't recompile everything, but I do want to make the UI look better. So if we were to look at the posts, you can see these don't really look like posts very much. So let's go into the post component and make it look more like a post. So first of all, if we were to edit this and, change something, so, we want this in at H1, right? We want to put some HTML in there because it's a blog, right? Or maybe Markdown or something like that. But, we want to make this big so people notice. If we save that, you'll notice it's escaped, right? So we can fix that with Angular and go down here to the post content, and we'll take this out. And you need to specify an inner HTML, and then you can put the post content there. And then you go back here, and it refreshes automatically. And now you see your HTML in there. So that's pretty slick. And then we could even make it look more like a blog and take this whole section out and use one of my shortcuts. And now if we save it, you'll see it looks more like a blog, right? And you can still edit stuff and change them, or you can even delete them. That all still works. So that's the majority of like the demo locally, but I also want to show how you can, put it in production. So this is how you build for production. And then there will be some tests that fail because I added that stuff in, but I will eventually have a tutorial that shows you how to fix those as well. Basically, it's adding a user object to blogs and posts and stuff so they can do that verification. And so I'm just going to go ahead and do Heroku login here. So we'll stop that and hipster Heroku and deploy it to Heroku. So as part of this, it will prompt me to what name to deploy it as. So I'll say jhipster Friday demo, and then which region and which type of deployment. I'll compile it on Heroku. You can use Java 11 all the way up to 14. And then this is pretty cool. It asks you, because you're using OAuth 2, do you want to provision the Okta add-on? So I can go ahead and do that. I can create a valid user or valid email. And then it does give me a password. So you all have access to my Okta org now. And then it basically uses the existing Git repository, installs a Heroku CLI deployment plugin, and then it does all the work actually on Heroku. You'll notice it does prompt you to overwrite your pom.xml, so you do have to say A for all there, or you can do it for each individual file. You can even see the diffs if you wanted to. But this does take probably 5 or 6 minutes. So what I've done is I have one here that's already up there, and we can just look at that like any good cooking show, right? So this is the one I deployed last week when jhipster 7.0.1 came out. Now, it is on a free plan on Heroku, so, it probably stopped. I tested it like an hour ago, but it stopped since then. And then I also have one that uses just JWT authentication, so we'll see if we can get both those up and running. And it's a race, right? We have this one going here, and we have those going there, so who's going to win? I think Heroku's probably going to win. Who knows? It's that darn NPM install. Like, if someone could figure out how to make NPM as smart as Maven or Gradle, because they only download the artifacts once, right? And then their version. But NPM, like, downloads them almost every time. And yes, I have tried NPM, and that doesn't solve the problem. At least for JHipster, it doesn't, because JHipster still uses NPM. So this is the JWT one. This is the OAuth one. So we can try OAuth here. You'll see it redirects me to Okta there. It's already got my username and password. I sign in. I come back. Everything's working. I can see my entities, and there's no data in there because it's production profile, so there's no fake data. And then this is the JWT one, and you'll see you can just use the default credentials and log in that way. So that's the majority of my demo. We can keep watching this one to see if it actually succeeds, but it's going to do an npm install for about 4 minutes, so that might be kind of tough. So we have any questions that have rolled in here? Let's look on YouTube. npm install is the most painful part always. Yes. It is tough. npm install on stage or virtually like this is it's risky at best, but it did work. It's just kind of slow. So I think in an in-person environment, like you can have better jokes and people don't have to wait. You don't lose the attention. And Josh was looking forward to the dance. So I got to work on my dance skills. I did make a New Year's resolution to dance more. So hopefully things will open up soon and we can get out and dance more. So where do we go from here, Aaron? Oh, you're muted.
I keep forgetting to unmute myself in StreamYard. Thanks for the demo. That
Yeah.
was awesome. Well, that's great. If there's no more questions about it, then we will go ahead and wrap it up. And otherwise, let us
There's
know.
a question that's in Russian. Est Ruski, что там бывает? My Russian's not that good. I can still kind of read it, but I don't really know what it says without Google Translate.
I hope it doesn't say something bad.
I don't
Otherwise,
think so. Right. I just told everyone to F off.
yeah. I've been learning a bit of Croatian, and some of the words sound similar, even though Croatian uses the Latin alphabet.
Nice. Yeah, it's I got a degree in it, but it was 20 years ago. So it's funny, like I didn't keep it up and I really should have because there's so many Russians we interact with in software development, right? Like it would have been a good skill to have. It'd be as good
Yeah,
as like Kotlin or something.
that's awesome. I did not know you'd got a degree in Russian.
Yeah. Been a while.
Yeah. Well, cool. Thanks for the demo. Let's go ahead and wrap up, and we'll take another short break. And I'll be back on with Micah, I guess, in a few minutes. And at the top of the hour, we will come back with Chris Berry's second session, Securing Your APIs with Okta. And with that, we'll see you back here shortly.
All right, and I'll be in the chat for the rest of the day. So if you have any questions
Awesome.
about Dataster, hit me up.
All right, thanks so much.
Yep. Cheers.
Hey, Micah, we are And we are back. Thank you all for joining. Aaron and Micah here again to answer some questions for the next few minutes. So we're going to hang out here with you all live, and then at the top of the hour, we will jump into the next lab section, Chris Berry's securing your APIs with Okta. And there will again be a workshop or a lab component to that, which you'll be able to follow along with on your own. And we will provide the links down in the description and in the chat once that starts. But in the meantime, we're happy to answer any questions about Okta or OAuth. So drop questions in the chat, or yeah, let us know. So, did you have anything you wanted to start out with, Micah, while we wait for some questions in the chat?
Yeah, sure. We had a question earlier just about groups and roles and how that could relate to OpenID Connect. It was specifically in the context of Google's SSO server, which I don't know a lot about, but I do know Okta's, and so we could talk about that a little bit. Yeah, so Okta has this universal directory where you can manage your users. It also has groups as part of that. You can create free-form lists of groups and assign users to groups. And how it then ties back to OpenID Connect is in the authorization server definition, you can include a groups claim either or both in the ID token and the access token, depending on what you need or want to use it for. But in the ID token, then your app can then be aware of the groups that the user belongs to. You can have confidence that you've gotten the right list because it comes in that ID token, which is a signed JWT, and then your application may react to that in different ways. Maybe you have different menu items or different parts of the application that the user can access based on the groups that they belong to. And that's pretty straightforward to set up in Okta's admin console. You go to the custom authorization server and just add in the group claim, and then you'll get an array of groups in the ID token.
So actually, that's something that I know people are often confused about, and this kind of gets to our earlier discussion about access tokens versus ID tokens. When would you say is a good time for the use of groups in an ID token specifically? Because a lot of times it's going to be your APIs that are making authorization decisions based on what kind of user it is, right? Where it's only admins can do these kinds of operations. That's pretty straightforward. Those operations happen on the backend API. So you need that group information in the access token claims, which is not the ID token, right? So if you're putting groups into the ID token, it's implicitly that it means that the consuming app, the OAuth application, is the one that's going to need to consume that data. So what might be some use cases for that then, of the app actually needing to know groups where it's going to be making decisions regardless of whether the API enforces those policies?
Yeah, I think it's a great place where you can get a marriage of user experience and best practices from a security perspective. So maybe your spa app will show an admin navigation menu if the user is in the admin group and won't otherwise. But you don't want that to be the only thing that you rely on. So then maybe taking an actual admin action requires a back-end round trip, because you don't want people like me who are going to inspect the code and enable disabled elements on the page or hack around to be able to actually do anything. So it's nice to have that group information for things like UX, what you see or maybe don't see. But that can't be like your last line of defense from a security perspective. You have to have that validation on a back end, so that you don't have since we're in an untrusted environment in the browser, you don't want people to actually be able to accomplish an administrative function because they were able to poke around.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. So it's more of a hint at that point, since the client isn't the one enforcing those permissions, but it can at least be used to inform the UI of the client.
Yeah, yeah, I would think that would be a best practice and a good use of, say, group membership on the on a SPA application.
Yep, makes sense. We got a couple of questions coming in the chat. Tags. What objects does Okta support those for? Do you know?
I don't actually.
As a
probably
follow-up,
should, but I
specifically
don't.
not seeing tags on applications, so looking for how to relate them to the business area responsible. I don't know
Yeah,
the answer
I'm
to
not
that.
actually sure what objects support tags at all. Is that like a common part of a user profile? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen those be used very much
But
at all.
I can circle back to that.
Yeah, might follow up with you on that later. Here's another question. I would like to start building iOS apps to access my APIs accessible through Okta, Spring Boot app. Any past videos that you may have on implementing your SDK on an iOS app? Great question. I am actually not sure if we have any videos about that. I don't know if... I know we have some
I know that
guides
we have a
and
few
stuff.
posts on right, and we have a few posts on things like Ionic that allow you to to generate native mobile apps from things like JavaScript. I know we have a few blog posts on Ionic specifically, but I don't know if we have any videos.
Oh yeah, now that you
There we
mentioned
go.
Ionic, I do see a couple of videos on our channel. So if you search our channel
Yeah.
for iOS or Ionic, there are a couple there. However, there's nothing super recent. Oh, it's not true. Matt did one 3 months ago. Awesome. That's actually
Yeah.
this year.
And Matt's confirmed that we have
Great.
some on React Native too.
Matt's on top of it. He's got Okta CLI and React Native in 3 minutes. There you go. Cool. Yeah, nothing with Swift. I hadn't seen any Swift stuff specifically. But that would be a good one to do. I've only done a little bit of iOS development myself, so I don't know if I'm the best one to be like teaching iOS development. But hey, if I can get it going, anybody can. Because yeah, last time I opened up Xcode was probably over a year ago, which means it's horribly out of date, and I'm gonna have to download 10 gigs of stuff again to get it to work.
Yeah, I hit up Xcode every now and then because Brew or something requires it.
Right. I think that's the last time I had to download it was for Homebrew. Yeah. Well, cool. Yeah, if there aren't any other questions, then we are going to go ahead and take another break before we come back with Chris Berry's session. So again, just to recap, that is going to be a Chris Berry will be talking in Zoom to an audience on Zoom, and he may be saying some things in there that aren't exactly applicable to how you're watching it on YouTube here. So sorry about that, but that session was full. The Zoom session was full, but you get to watch it now here, and you should be able to still follow along with the labs. However, it won't be using the VMs that they have running for that session. You'll have to just kind of do it on your own. Totally possible, and links for that will all be in the description below, and I'll try to drop them in the chat just in case you're watching it real time as well. So we're gonna go ahead and that'll be pretty much at the top of the hour. So we'll take a break till then, and we'll be back for more Q&A after that as well. All right, see you back here shortly.
Sounds good. See you in a bit.
Once again, thanks for joining, everyone. Just wanted to say that we'll get started in a couple of minutes, okay? So we'll get started very soon. All right. My name is Chris Berry, and I'm going to be your instructor for the next we'll do roughly about 40 minutes of lecture, and then we'll do a roughly half-hour demo of what we'll be doing in the hands-on labs. And then after that, you're going to get a chance to do the hands-on labs. We are going to provide you with credentials for accessing some remote virtual machines, and then also an Okta org to configure in order to secure your APIs with Okta. All right. If I make any forward-looking statements, please take them with a grain of salt. Our roadmap is subject to change. All right. If you have questions, here's the great news. We have a ton of Okta experts on this call. So I'm going to be busy presenting, and they are going to take on that role of answering those technical questions that you have. Please just use the chat window within Zoom and send a message to everyone. And then the technical experts from Okta, who can be identified actually, their names all start with Okta, will do their best to answer your questions. Okay. All right. For those of you who attended the previous session, what we did was we used OpenID Connect in order to do federated authentication. And what we did was we protected access to our application. Now, our application is multi-layered. And what we also need to do is we need to make sure that we protect the back end. And so that front end will make an API call to the back end. And so what we're going to do is utilizing Okta's API Access Management product and the OAuth specification, we are going to request what's called an access token and use that access token as a part of our request over to the backend API. We're also going to lock down the backend API. So we're going to use a library provided by Okta called the JWT verifier in order to protect that API to prevent access by that hacker from accessing that API directly. All right, so our focus is on the back end, although we will also work on the front end. So what happens if you don't protect your APIs? So, one of the ways that I interpret the zero trust architecture of Okta is when I think about a corporate network, people might have created their own homegrown security measures, authorization logic for accessing systems. And so what we're promoting with Zero Trust is that you should take a look at implementing internet grade security even on your private corporate networks. So in this case, I mean, this is very simple in this example where, maybe the client application is using HTTP, and maybe it's sending over some some sort of custom authorization header or what have you. But it's the kind of thing that someone might be able to backwards engineer in terms of, if they do violate your network, being able to then access those systems that you made the assumption that no one would be able to access because it's on your private network. So if you don't protect those APIs using standards like OAuth, then you risk that type of penetration attack. Now, when we think about single sign-on versus API access, the single sign-on story that we just talked about in the Secure Your App session was all about having these multiple relying parties where we would do a single password authentication to Okta. And then from that point on, we're able to seamlessly access these different applications, which are called relying parties, where the user would not be prompted for credentials. Now, in this session, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce a new element. And that new element is called the resource server. This is the API that we are calling or accessing. You'll notice some terminology has changed. In the case of OAuth, we refer to the relying party as the client app, and that's because it is a client to the resource server. The end user, we refer to them as the resource owner. And the reason is that OAuth confers responsibility for providing that access to that resource owner. So it's their job to go in and say, all right, I'm going to share data between these two systems. I'm going to allow this or disallow this. Now, when we think about an example, here's a little example that we created that shows OAuth out there in the real world. And so in this example, we have two applications. We have Meetup, and then we have Google Calendar. If you've not used Meetup, the idea behind Meetup is that you would use Meetup to find people with similar interests. And what you do is you'd do just that. You would meet up with them at some location. Let's just pretend for a second that we're all coin collectors. And so you would use the Meetup application to find other people in your area who are also coin collecting enthusiasts. Now, after you find, let's say, a local event that you want to attend, let's say it's next Wednesday, it's going to be held at the the local Hilton or something like that. In this case, what you would do is you'd say, all right, I'm going to sign up for this event, this coin collecting event. And at that point, Meetup might say, you know what? You could manually go out and create this event in your Google Calendar. Or alternatively, what you could do is you could say, you know what? Do you want to give me the responsibility of creating the Google Calendar for you? Essentially, Meetup could automate the saving of the event in your calendar. So the way this would work is the user would go into Meetup, they would sign up for the event, and then indicate that they do want this automation to be performed for them. The user would get redirected over to, in this case, Google. So whatever Google's implementation of an authorization server is, they would get redirected over to their Google account. And what's going to happen is Google might prompt them to authenticate again, especially if they don't have an active session. And then Google is going to say, do you wish to provide Meetup with access to the Google Calendar so that Meetup can save the events in your Google Calendar? Assuming that the user says yes to that question, Google is going to issue an access token to Meetup. Meetup would then use that access token to do an API call over to the Google Calendar APIs and present the access token in the authorization header, HTTP header, as a bearer token. Now, there's a couple of things I want to point out here when we think about OAuth and delegated access. The anti-pattern that we want to avoid is if Meetup wanted to access Google Calendar, Meetup saying, hey, give me your username and password to Google, and I'll take your credentials for this other system and use them to access your resources. This is an anti-pattern because now Meetup has your username and password for Google. Let's say Meetup gets hacked. Not only will Meetup, be vulnerable, but now this user's Google resources will also be vulnerable. In addition, the Google is going to issue this access token in lieu of credentials. And this access token is going to have a limited set of permissions or capabilities. And we refer to those as scopes. So for instance, the Meetup application only needs to perform a write operation in order to save events in Google Calendar. What they do not need is they do not need read capabilities for Google Calendar. As you might imagine, if they had read capabilities, that would be a privacy concern that this application would be able to see all of the life events that are currently, in your Google Calendar. In addition, the access token, unlike your credentials, has a limited lifetime. And so this limited lifetime could be, later on you could either, it would expire, or you could actually revoke access. So if you imagine, excuse me, you imagine handing over your credentials, you'd have to go in and change your password in order to revoke access. With an access token, you can simply invalidate that access token. Now, part of what made this all work was user consent. And so a part of this might be, it depends on whether you have a customer identity or a workforce identity situation, where the client application, in this case, Promos UI Red, is making a request. And in this example, the scope is to read promotions. And the organization that owns the resource, server, is represented by that little ice cream cone icon. This is an important part of OAuth, where the user then indicates that they want to allow or deny access for the client application. You don't have to do this, by the way. This is only really applicable to more public situations, more customer identity situations, where you have two different parties that are communicating. In my example, Meetup and Google. If you were just in an enterprise situation, you would not need to do the consent step. The OAuth actors, I talked about this previously. The OAuth actors, the user who's involved here, we refer to them as the resource owner. In this case, Meetup is the client application. Google is the authorization server, and Google Calendar was the resource server. Meetup wants to access those APIs over at Google Calendar in order to perform that automation. Google is going to grant that access in the form of access tokens, and Google Calendar is the one that has the APIs that provide that automation. If we map this again, so here's our resource owner delegating access to the client application. The client application requests the access tokens from the authorization server. And the client app then uses those access tokens to access resources over there on the resource server. All right, I'm going to do a quick little quiz. And so this is something you can just follow along at, do on your own. Should I use OAuth? Do you think this would be a good sort of situation to use OAuth? So let's go through the first one. You have a service-oriented architecture service. So let's say it's using the SOAP protocol. In this case, would it be a good use case? Probably not. So OAuth, it's you probably wouldn't want to try and essentially. Well, let me just say this: SOAP has its own mechanisms. So there's an envelope and there's a header and a body and all that kind of stuff. So SOAP would not be a good use case for OAuth. What about an API gateway project? So maybe you have something from Apogee, Kong, or some other system. This would be a great use case for applying OAuth to secure your APIs. Those API gateways support OAuth as a mechanism for securing access. And so anytime you have an API gateway, that's a good use case for applying OAuth and API access. For an internal REST API, or actually it doesn't even have to necessarily be internal. So a REST API is also a great use case or a great target for applying OAuth. And then finally, an EJB. So for those of you who are as old as me, remote method invocation, RMI. So in this case, it has its own mechanisms. Once again, not a good use case for applying OAuth. So really much more modern types of architectures. Now, the resource owner, I talked about this previously when we talked about consent. When you think about the public internet, the resource owner in a customer identity situation is the end user. If you think about your personal data, you think about your financial data, it's your responsibility to guard that and to protect it. And so consent is given by you, the end user, as a part of that request for access. Now, in workforce identity, it's a little bit different. And typically the consent is being supplied by the administrator. So if we take an example, let's take salesforce.com. Even if I create the data in salesforce.com, so I go in, I'm a sales rep, I'm creating, account records, opportunity records, all that type of CRM data. I don't necessarily own that data. And so when an organization thinks about who should get access to that data, it's not based on what the worker wants. It's based on what the security administrator decides in terms of who gets access to what. And so we can map that resource owner, type of responsibility when it comes to consent to that security administrator. Now, when we think about API access within Okta and how does this all work? So over there on the left-hand side, Okta is the authorization server, and Okta has access policies. And the purpose of the access policies are to decide if you issue a token for an application, and then how long is that token going to be valid for? The client applications are going to request those tokens from Okta, the authorization server. Then they're going to use those tokens in order to access the resources. So over there on the right-hand side, we have A, B, and C are different APIs which are protected with OAuth. And so we're going to need to present those access tokens in order to access those endpoints. Now, in Okta, it's a little bit complicated. And the reason is that for a given Okta org, you will see, or it has the capability to have multiple authorization servers. So your Okta org is essentially not just one authorization server, but multiples. Okay. Now, we have terminology for these. There's the org or the base authorization server. This one is for single sign-on. So when you think about doing single sign-on with OpenID Connect, this authorization server, which can be found at your unique domain, yourcompany.okta.com/OAuth2/v1. This one's all about requesting ID tokens for the purpose of doing federated authentication. In other words, single sign-on. Now, Okta also has another authorization server that we provide to our customers who have bought single sign-on. And that one's called the default authorization server. The way I want you to think of this one is think of it as you get the first one free. So for people who have not purchased API access management, you can try it out in any of your orgs using the default authorization server. Notice the URL is slightly different. It's OAuth2/default/v1. You get one of these, and what you can do is you can try out with one of your APIs using API access, even though you haven't purchased that product. The custom authorization servers is for our customers who have API access management, the product, and now they want to do a high degree of customization to really get this thing to do what they want it to do. So in this case, what happens is you define a custom authorization server for each resource server that you want your client applications to access. You can define as many of these as you want. And essentially what we do is we generate a unique ID for each of these authorization servers. Now, let's now talk about access tokens. An access token is an implementation of a JSON web token. And so the idea here is that a JSON web token is a couple of JSON objects with a bunch of key value pairs, and these are called claims. And in these claims, we have identity information and access information that's relevant to these requests. So let me walk you through it. ISS is a claim that stands for the issuer. So this is the URI of the specific authorization server in your Okta org that generated this token. AUD stands for audience. This is the intended recipient of the access token. So in our case, it's the resource server. Typically what people do is they use the URI of the server, but it can just be any string identifier that you create. It does not have to be in that format. There is an expiration. This identifies when the token will expire. Very important. You don't want to accept a token that is expired. The CID is the identifier for the client application. So in this case, CID, when you generate an application in Okta that is of type OpenID Connect or OAuth, Okta will generate a unique client ID associated with that. And what you would do is you can then verify that client ID in the access token to identify, what client application is this token intended to be used with. There's UID, which is user ID. This is the user associated with this request. And then SCP stands for scopes. These are the permissions contained within this token. So I talked about this previously when we talked about the Meetup example. Remember, I said that the token that was issued to Meetup had the ability to perform write operations, but it did not have the ability to perform read operations. So in this case, this token has the ability to both read and create promos, but maybe it's missing the permission, let's say, to delete promos. It does not have that capability. And then the subject is the who. You'll notice that it's matching the UID up above. And the reason is that in this case, this is a part of a user-oriented grant. Within OAuth, you do have the capability to do system to system that does not involve a user, in which case the UID would not match the subject. In that case, the sub would be equal to the application ID, the client ID. So for those of you who have attended the previous session I did on OpenID Connect, we had our ID tokens that we were working with for the purpose of single sign-on. They also had an audience and an issuer and a subject. Now, the key differences that you'll notice here is that when you're talking about an ID token, notice that the audience for the ID token is the application, the client application, so the relying party's client ID. As opposed to an access token, the audience for that is the resource server. So the intended recipient, the thing that we're accessing is the API, not the app. The issuer is the same. At the end of the day, this is being issued by an authorization server configured Okta. The subject is in an ID token is the end user's client ID. In the case of the subject, it's basically the same in an access token. And then there's an additional parameter, which is the CID. That stands for the client ID of the client app. Essentially, you can think of this, the audience in the ID token would match the CID claim in the access token. Those would be the same values. All right, so let's do a quick little quiz here, test your knowledge. So who's the actor? So taking a look here, we have our resource owner, A, B, C, or D. What do you think best defines the resource owner? All right, the resource owner wants an app to do something for him or her. What about the resource server? What best defines the resource server? B, C, or D? So the resource server has APIs that will be accessed on behalf of that resource owner. The client application, so B or D. The client application accesses the APIs on the resource server on behalf of a user, which means the authorization server is going to grant access in the form of tokens. Okay. All right. A big thing that you need to think about when you think about working with API access management and custom authorization servers is how are we going to approach configuring and setting these up? So I mentioned that in a given Okta org that uses API access management, you can have multiple custom authorization servers. Well, how and why would you configure these? Custom authorization servers mean that you can have a custom audience, you can define custom scopes and custom claim data that go in your ID tokens and your access tokens. They support 5 different ways for obtaining tokens. We refer to these as grants or flows. And so just to quickly run through them, the authorization code flow with Pixie, the implicit flow, the password flow, and then the client credentials flow. So think of this as for different application architectures, different mechanisms to obtain the tokens. So different mechanisms that the client app uses to obtain the tokens from the authorization server. And then finally, a custom authorization server gives you the ability to configure what are called access policies, and that determines your rules, your security rules about when and if you will generate a token, issue a token for this request. All right. So how many custom authorization servers would you create? What you want to do is you want to identify resource servers as a logical collection of related APIs. Okay. We'll look at an example, but it's not necessarily, something like for every host, I create a resource server. It's not about, sort of where the app lives. It's a logical set of APIs. However you group those APIs, you would consider those to be a resource server. What you're going to do is associated with each of these logical collections of APIs, you're going to define an associated authorization server. Notice it has a unique audience, which identifies that resource server. And then a set of custom scopes, which are permissions, and custom claims, which are pieces of data that would be in the access tokens that are being sent to the resource server when we request whatever that service is. So let me give you an example. In this case, we have an example in which the organization that's setting up API access management has a bunch of order management APIs and a bunch of sales quoting APIs. So they've created their own set of REST APIs for these two purposes. What they might do then is, by identifying these two collections of API endpoints as resource servers, they would define one custom authorization server for each of these. The first one is called orders, and the second one is called quotes. The value that they would enter in for the audience, it doesn't need to be a URI, but that's what we're doing. It is the recommended naming convention or format for the audience. So HPS orders and HPS quotes. And then we're going to define custom scopes and custom claims associated with each of these resource servers. Under the custom scopes, we have orders read, create, update, and delete. So the classic CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete. We also have a special permission, orders admin, for administrative types of operations. And then there's one that's very specific to orders expedite. So let's say that we have a customer who maybe, they're, I don't know, they're down, they need a part as quickly as possible, something along those lines. And so this is a special permission that's maybe only given out to, vice presidents or directors or whoever, where they can say, all right, this order needs to be expedited. And so they could be granted this scope, and they would have that permission when they perform that API call. Over on the quoting side, once again, we have CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. We also have a special admin scope. And then notice we have one called quotes discount. Once again, very business oriented. So let's say only a VP can approve of a deep discount. So in this case, we could use that as a part of our custom scopes. In addition, we could set up custom claims. Now, the key thing here is that, here we have things like a manager ID, admin roles and so on. The thing to keep in mind is that this should be related to authorization logic. Cost center is probably not the best thing to include in here. It really should be oriented towards things like permissions or additional, role kind of information. that is used as a part of the, maybe the visibility. So if I do a query, let's say I have read permission, I don't necessarily have the ability to read all, orders or quotes. Maybe there's something that refines that more on a row level basis. Now that I've defined the authorization servers, I also need to define what are called access policies for each of these authorization servers. So in this case, let's say that I have one of my authorization servers. I'm going to define 2 access policies. Now, the way that access policies work is that access policies are associated with one, many, or all of your client applications. So in this case, what we've done is we've created 2 access policies. One for internal apps it's going to have its own set of rules, and another one for external apps that, let's say, our customers and partners use. So in this case, let's once again map this to our real world use case. So in this case, we're talking about our order management set of applications. So the client applications, let's say we have a sales opportunity converter. So the sales rep has gone out, they've closed the deal, and now they're going to convert the opportunity into an order. So there's our front office, order application. And then on the back office, the manufacturing order management application, in this case, the people who actually fulfill the order, this is the app that they use for that. And then in our external apps, maybe we have another app called the Customer Order Viewer app. And this application is used by customers and partners to track their orders. Now, associated with each of these access policies, one for internal and the other for external, you're going to create what are called access rules associated with them. Now, before I do that and talk about access rules, I just want to talk about how we would model this. So if we have our 2 client apps and our 2 resource servers, what you'd end up doing is, because you have 2 resource servers, you would define 2 custom authorization servers associated with those collections of APIs. Now, because resource server A is being accessed by 2 applications, that means you may or may not, you could have 1 access policy, but you might also have 2 access policies. So notice we have an access policy for client app 1 and an access policy for client app 2. In the case of the resource server B, in this case, there's only 1 access policy because there's only 1 client app that's accessing it. So going back to here, you've created the access policies according to the client apps accessing your APIs. Now what we're going to do is we're going to define access rules, which determine if you issue a token and how long that token will last. Access rules, as I said, determine if we generate the token and its lifetime, how long it's going to last. This is based on 3 pieces of information. What flow are you using to obtain the token? Who are you, based on group membership or explicitly referencing you directly as a user? And what scopes are you requesting, which really determine what do you ultimately want to do with the access token. What Okta does is Okta evaluates the rules in the order they're listed. So in this case, what we do is we have a customer rule, an employee rule, and a manager rule. What we would do is we would first evaluate the customer rule. In this case, this one is only giving read permissions for those orders. It doesn't matter who you are when you request it. And in this case, we're using the implicit flow. We will generate a token that will last 1 full day. Now, let's say that we request not only the ability to read orders, but the ability to create orders. In this case, what's going to happen with the employee rule, well, let me actually backtrack. The customer rule will not apply. By requesting both read and create, it's going to say, all right, this is beyond my allowed scopes. So Okta is going to move on to the second rule and evaluate that. In the employee rule, you could request read, create, update, and delete. You must be a member of the factory group. So in this case, there's some group in Okta. In fact, it could be sourced from another location. So AD or an LDAP directory. And then with the flows, it doesn't matter what flow you use, but because this token has additional scopes, the timeout for the token is only 2 hours. Now, let's say you're that vice president, you have the ability to expedite orders. In this case, if you request the orders expedite scope, neither the customer rule nor the employee rule will apply. You must meet or be a subset of all of the conditions in the rule. So by requesting the expedite, that would take us to rule number 3. The user must be a member of the manager group. In this case, the strongest flow you can use from a security standpoint is the authorization code flow. And then the timeout for the token will be very short-lived, only 20 minutes. Now, if you make a request that doesn't meet any of these rules, that means the token request is denied. Okta will block the request that's coming in. Okay? It's outside of the scope, essentially, of your policies and rules. So if we go back to our modeling of the Okta entities to the OAuth entities. So what we would do is we define a custom authorization server for each of our resource servers. An access policy is associated with the different client apps that are accessing us. And then for each access policy, we would create one or many rules that decide if we're going to generate or issue a token and for how long that token will last. A very important part of OAuth and security is validating the access tokens. There's really the first 4 here are the ones that must be done. You got to validate the digital signature. Okta provides a keys endpoint to validate the digital signature using a public key and standard algorithms. You need to validate that the issuer of the token is your Okta org, and specifically that custom authorization server that you defined. You need to verify that the audience matches your identifier for your resource server, and that the token is not yet expired. Optionally, you can also check the client ID to make sure that you're only being accessed by certain clients. All right, I'm going to do another quiz. Once again, let's apply what we just learned. So we have our OAuth actor on the left-hand side and the access token claim. So when you think about the authorization server, what claim in the access token represents the authorization server? Is it A, B, C, or D? So think about this one a little bit and then make your best guess. All right. So the correct answer here is C, the issuer. The authorization server issues the tokens. So the client application, A, B, or D. The client application is represented by CID, the client ID. The resource server is represented by B or D. The resource server is represented by the AUD. In other words, the resource server, the APIs are the audience of the token, the intended recipient of the token. which means the resource owner is represented by a sub. The subject, that's basically the who is a part of this request. All right, what I'm going to do is at this point, I'm going to do a demo of the hands-on labs. Now, you're going to get a chance to do this on your own, okay? So we're going to give you the opportunity to access a virtual machine. We're going to give you the opportunity to access an Okta org. There's essentially a set of credentials. If you want, you can go out to this oktaes.com secure API lab guide and download this right now. But I'm going to first do a demo. So I'd like you to watch what we're going to be doing and just think about it. And then after you've watched me and you've thought about it, then you're going to change your brain mode and you're going to get to apply and do what we've been talking about on your own. Okay. All right. So let me do this. Let me jump out of here and let me go into my virtual machine. So when you go to that URL, we'll be posting it later. Just so you know, don't worry about it. We'll put it in the chat window. You're going to be able to download a set of lab instructions in order to do these hands-on labs. So sorry, let me scroll down here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate out to my virtual machine at okta.instructorled.training. Now, later on when we do the labs, each of you will be assigned a unique access code. And so I'm going to use my unique assigned access code. And what I'm going to do is go in here. Now, I already went in here. It's going to prompt you to enter in your name and just enter in your name. And then also you're going to need to click to consent to the policy. It's also going to offer you the opportunity to protect your VM with a password. No need to do that. So if it challenges you to create a password or when it does, don't do that. I'm going to go in here. By default, we're logging in as RTadmin. I'm going to go in here and select other user. Once again, this is all in the instructions. And I'm going to log in as administrator and then train me 4321. This is in the instructions. Admin administrator, not that. All right, administrator. And so, like I said, train me 4321. The password is in the instructions. All right. Now that I'm in or almost in, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go out here. Just takes a while to render. There we go. All right. We're going to have you create a directory. So I'm going to go out here, go to the root directory, mkdir class files. And once I've done that, I'm now going to download the files that I need in order to do these. It's basically the starter code to do these labs. All right, the location that we're going to send you when we do this is going to be, we basically have a oktaeducationservices.com/ and then we're going to go to dev lab code. And so this is going to give me access to a zip file. I'm simply going to go to the upper right-hand corner, click on the download icon, download this to my downloads folder. So here under downloads, I'm going to take this devday.zip file. I'm going to extract it. So let's see here. There it all, extract all. And what I'm going to do is go in here and select the C drive and then the class files folder that I just created. All right, so now that I've done that, let me see if this, oh, all right. Unfortunately, we have a little issue here, which is the devday creates a devday folder based on the name of the file. Let me just do this. You don't really need to do this. I'm probably doing something wrong the way I'm extracting these, but anyways, I'm going to move these up here in order to put them in the top folder. All right. So now that I've done that, I'm going to log into my Okta org. So back here, I'm going to go to Oktane218000.oktapreview.com. Training 4321. All right, I'm going to log into this org. This is the first time I'm doing this, so it's going to prompt me for, a lot of you have probably done this before, forgot password question, security image. I'm going to click on create my account. And here we go. All right. So now that I've done that, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and define my application. Okay. So in Okta, here under applications, I click on applications. I'm going to add a new application, but I'm not going to use the Okta integration network. This is a custom application. So I'm going to click create new app. In our case, it's a single page app. So I'm going to select SPA and then click create. The name of this application is going to be the promos app. I'm going to add a redirect URI, HTTP localhost 080/token callback, like so. All right. This is essentially a URL in the client application that's going to receive something called a temporary authorization code that is then used to request the access token. I'm now going to click on save. And what I'm going to do is Okta's going to generate a client ID for me. Here is the generated client ID, the identifier for my client application. Promos app client ID. Paste that in like so. Okay. All right. There's another thing we need to do. We need to set up something called a trusted origin. It's here under security and API. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a trusted origin. And what this does, by adding this trusted origin, promos app HTTP local host 8080. I'm going to enable something called CORS, cross-origin resource sharing. What this does is it allows an application that is being, or I should say a web page that's being delivered from the domain localhost 8080. It allows web pages delivered from this domain to do an AJAX call to my Okta org. So this is essentially an allow list. It's a grant list that allows this domain to do AJAX calls to my Okta org. By default, browsers block that. It's called the same origin policy. And so by configuring this, we create an exception to that rule. And so when we use the Auth SDK for JavaScript to do this API, this set of API calls, this will allow those calls to go through. All right, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define a custom authorization server since I'm right here under API. So I'm going to click on authorization servers. Now in our example, we're going to be working with the promos API. All right. And so I'm going to go in, first of all, here's the default authorization server. We're not going to use that one. I'm going to define my own custom authorization server, and it's called the promos API auth server. Okay. Our promos, we're an ice cream company, or at least we're a pretend one. And so we create coupons called promotions. And so we have a set of APIs around those coupons. our audience, in my case, we're going to be running our resource server on port 5000. And then the description protects the Promos REST API. I have a problem with my capitals, but that's okay. All right. Now, what Okta is going to do is Okta is going to generate a unique ID for this authorization server. All right. So there's another piece of information that I need to collect here, which is the issuer URI. So I'm going to copy this value, and I'm going to go back into here and indicate that this is the issuer URI. Paste that in, because later on I'm going to use that when I'm configuring my resource server. Also, actually, my my client app too. They both need to know about this destination. All right. So this is the identifier for my resource server, and this is the identifier for my authorization server. All right. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and define some custom scopes. So key thing here is that we need to create custom scopes because we have our own proprietary APIs that do our own unique things. So I'm going to click on create scope. And the first one I'm going to do is the name of this will be promos read. And, oh, I'm doing them out of order. That's okay. Read. Yeah, that's second uppercase character. All right, the display phrase is essentially used in the consent screen. So this should be something that is understandable to your end users, the people using this application. And the description is additional information to further describe what this what this permission is granting. All right. So I'm going to click on create. You can also say this requires consent. Default scope means you don't have to request it, but we'll return it. And then include in public metadata is there's a discovery document out there in JSON which describes the capabilities. Do we want to publish this publicly? So I'm going to create that one and then create a second one called promos create. Create promos. And so this one is create new promos via API. And once again, we'll leave the rest of these unchecked. There we go. All right. So you definitely want to have well thought out display names and descriptions for what your APIs are going to do. Under claims, we're not going to do this, but you could define additional data that goes into your access tokens, for that matter, your ID tokens too. It can be one of two types. Let me just click on add claim just so you understand. Within here, you can add it to either the access token or the OpenID Connect ID token. And you can reference, using Okta's expression language, you can reference things on the Okta user profile or the application user profile. And so imagine we might create something called DEP, and it would reference, let's say, the department attribute on the Okta profile for whoever the current user is. Okay. In addition to the user profile, we also have references to groups. And so this would be include the groups that the current user is a member of in the basically in the token. All right, we're not going to do that though. I'm going to move on now to the access policies. So I'm going to define an access policy here. When you define an access policy, you're going to give it a name, promos app policy, and then the description So in this case, this access policy is specific to the promos app. So you can imagine you have multiple different applications accessing your APIs. You might create policies for each application. So I'm now going to click on Create Policy. And then I'm going to define a rule. Now you can have multiple rules in your access policies. So much like we saw with customers, employees, and managers back in our slides. So I'm going to add a rule. And this one is going to be called the read only promos API. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to limit this to just working with the authorization code flow. In our case, the authorization code flow with Pixie. And I'm going to say when you could say, I want to apply logic that the user must be a member of a group or a specific user. And then you can also say, I'm not going to actually do that. I'm going to go in here and say, all right, and then the scopes being requested. So I'm going to do OpenID, which is for the ID token. This really doesn't apply to OAuth. Email, once again, for the ID token. Profile for the ID token again. And now here's the key part. I'm going to enter in promos read. So in this case, when they request the ability to read, perform read operations on our promos API, that's going to make this rule apply. All right, I'm now going to go down here. Let me just show you the fact that you can define the lifetime of the token. So I could go down here and say, you know what, I want this to last for 45 minutes, something along those lines. So you can modify this to be something, that in general, the more the permissions of the token, the shorter you want the timeout to be. Okay. I'm going to click on Create Rule. And now I need to update my application to request the token and then to use it and also to protect my resource server. All right, so I'm going to go back here to my command prompt window. And I'm going to go into class files and go to the dev day folder and then promos. And we're going to go to the SPA API client, not the promo SPA, the promo SPA API client. Make sure you go to that folder. I'm going to do an npm install to install all the necessary dependent libraries. Now, as the instructions say, we're going to have you move on to the next lab. This is going to take a while. So to save time, we're just going to start working on the resource server. To open up a new command prompt, what you do is you right-click on the existing command prompt, select command prompt, and then what you do is we're now going to do this. We're going to go to class files again, dev day, and then the promos resource server folder this time. And once again, I'm going to do an npm install and install all the necessary libraries. This one should not take nearly as long as the client application. So what we'll do is we'll just let this run. All right, cool. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to use Okta's JWT verifier. So it is a library for JavaScript. We have ones for additional languages. And what this is used is to perform those checks. Check the digital signature, the issuer, the audience, and the expiration to validate that the token is a valid token, and then also it hasn't expired. All right, so I'm going to do an npm install and then do @okta/JWT -verifier, like so. And then we're going to use 2.0.1 and -- save. All right. This one will not take long at all. All right. Now, I'm going to launch Atom. And what I'm going to do is just walk you through the code. So walk you through the working with the client app and the resource server. So I'm going to go in here to add a project folder. And what I'm going to do is go to class files, select dev day, and then click on the select folder button. Now, there's the two folders that we're going to be working on are the Promos resource server and the Promos SPA API client. Now, in the Promos resource server, I just want to point out that there's two key files in here. The setup controller, what this one is this one is the essentially the API endpoints that can be called. So this is using Node.js. And so down here we have, for instance, this will get called on a get. If we keep going down, there's another get. This one is essentially a create operation associated with an HTTP post. There's also a delete down there for an HTTP delete operation. And so these are the different endpoints that we can call. And what we're going to do later on is we're going to update this to require the tokens. Over in the security utils, the purpose of this one is to have the logic, which uses the JWT verifier, to then check the authenticity of the data in the access token that's being passed. All right, so in the security utils, the first thing we're going to do is we have a reference to the class associated with the JWT verifier. One of the things you can do to toggle comments on or off is just do a control /. The next thing I'm going to do is on line 9, I'm going to update the audience. So this needs to match. I'm going to enter in the audience value, localhost port 5000. Okay. The key thing that this needs to match, if we go back to here, go back to my authorization server, there's the audience, right? That must match. And so that's what I'm doing there. Okay. All right. We're also going to uncomment lines 17 through 24. Let me uncomment those. This is going to instantiate the JWT verifier, and we're setting up a bunch of properties such as the issuer URI. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my notepad, and I'm going to copy the issuer URI, do a control C, and then go in and do a control V right here, like so. All right. The client ID is something that we're going to pull from a command line environment variable. And then later on, once we have, so the audience was declared up here, we're also going to be working with the scopes on a case-by-case basis, on an individual endpoint basis. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to make available by uncommenting lines 27 through 35. This is the function that we'll call when the API endpoint is called in order to validate the access token that was passed. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Save. And now I'm going to go back to the setup controller. And I'm going to turn on security for the Promos read endpoint. So right here, I have a essentially this function call over to the check that the access token being passed is valid, and also this is the key thing, is being presented or has present the Promos read scope. All right. So this is our REST endpoint for getting promos. And in order to get promos, you must have the scope promos read in the access token as a part of the request. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So now that I've done that, let me just save the file. And then what I'm going to do is start the resource server. So I'm going to go back here to basically my Windows. This is the one that has resource server. So make sure that you go to the one that has the current directory set to resource server, not the single page out. I'm going to set the Okta client ID, ID equal to, and this is where I'm going to go back in a notepad and I'm going to grab the client ID. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that value in like so. So I'm going to set up that environment variable. And then what I'm going to do, and then server, yes. And there we go. I'm going to start up node. And now my API server is going to be available and callable. Okay. All right. That's all done. So now I'm going to move on to the next part of this, which is to update the client application to request the tokens and then to add them to the outbound request. All right, so over here, back in Atom, I'm going to collapse the resource server folder and now focus on the SPA API client. Let me actually close down these windows here. All right. In here, we're going to have you navigate to the auth folder in the index.js. This is going to need to get updated right here where it says your org URL. In my case, I'm 218. It's nice and easy for me. I'm 000. For the authorization server URL, this is how we find this custom authorization server that we defined. I'm going to go in here, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky. I need to copy the ID of the resource server right there. So I'm going to copy the ID of the resource server. It starts with AUS, logically, right? And so I'm going to update that so I have my unique authorization server ID. Okay. All right. I'm going to now save the file. Okay. And then I'm going to go into my first window, which is where I have the single page app. Once again, I'm going to do set Okta client ID equal to, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in this value like so, and set that environment variable. And then I'm going to do an npm start up the web server. All right. When I test this, I just want to point out that when I test this, it's not going to work. And the reason it should fail is that I'm not requesting the proper scope. I'm not requesting promos read. And then the second thing that's going wrong is not only am I not requesting the proper scope, down at the very bottom, we have this get auth header function, which right now isn't doing anything. We're going to need to make sure that we add the access token that we get from Okta to the outbound authorization header when we do our request over to our resource server. All right. So this is going to fail, but that's okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here into the Chrome DevTools and take a look at what happens when I run this. All right. So now that I have this open, I'm going to go here to my profile. Now, I'm already logged into Okta, so it's not going to prompt me to authenticate again. I'm going to go in here and click on my profile. Let's see here. What did I do wrong? Authorize client ID, code challenge, get. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to do a little debugging. What did I do wrong? Code challenge. Pretty sure my Oktane21, yes. Oktane218, octapreview.com. My ID looks good. Client ID. Oh, wait a minute. All right. I see what I did. All right. So here's my problem. My client ID in my memory or in the, in the clipboard buffer, I basically had my authorization server ID, not my client ID. So I needed to select this one. All right, so this is a fix I can solve. All right, so I'm going to go do a Control C. And what I'm going to do is let's try this again. Set. Yep, there's the problem. All right, it starts with AUS. It should not start with AUS. So I'm going to go in here, copy this. All right, let's try this again. Well, there's always fun little things you run into. So, and that's why prefixes are quite useful. You can debug. All right, so let me try this again. This will actually, it'll launch a window automatically. So now when I try this again, I'm going to click on Premium Promos. What's going to happen? Let's see here. I think something else bad happened. Oh, all right, boy. Right now is if it could go wrong, it will go wrong. All right, so let's just take a look here. It says user is not assigned to the client application. So what I did wrong is over here under applications. When I go into my promos app right here, the thing that I skipped over was I did not assign the application to my current user. So I'm going to go in here, click on assign to groups, select my everyone group, click on done. There we go. All right. All right. So now, all right, now that we've done that, let's try this again. All right. So third time's a charm, right? So I'm going to click on premium promos. Oh, awesome. I got a token. All right. So here's what we're going to do. So just so you know, I got a token. So here's my access token. All right. Now, the access token has a problem. First of all, when I do the request, I don't have the proper scope and I haven't added it to my outbound header. So let me just go back to premium promos and show you what happens. So when I click on get our premium promos, what happens is that I get an HP 401 response from the server. And the reason is, once again, is that I don't, in the outbound request, I do not have the authorization header populated. In addition, I need to update this to request the promos read scope. So two things wrong right now. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return to Adam and I'm going to go in here and I'm first going to make this change right here. So I'm going to say, I also want promos read. I also want the promos read scope. All right. Down here under the auth header or get auth header function, all right, this was a bad idea. All right, there we go. Down here, I'm going to get the token using a little helper function up above. Let's just do that. And then we're going to add it to the outbound header. So remember, by the way, this is headers, not header. If I had a nickel for every time this didn't work because someone did header authorization. So we're going to add it to the authorization header. It is a bearer token. Oops. Always make sure you do the space. That's another one. And then we're just going to take the raw access token and add it to the outbound header. Okay. All right. So now that I've done that, what this does essentially, let me just kind of show you from the page that calls that basically does the request to get the promos. What it does is it says, all right, let's go add the access token to the authorization header. And then what we'll do is this gets called, and then we add the access token to that authorization header right there. All right. All right. So now that I've done that, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. And here's the thing. I need to delete the previous token. The reason I need to delete the previous token is it doesn't have the proper scope. All right. So taking a look here, OpenID, email, and profile. In fact, why don't I just do this? So I'm getting back a 401. I'm still getting back a 401. All right, because I don't have the promos read scope. Okay. So you could either click log out, which is what we do in the instructions. Let's do this. I'm just going to go in here and say delete this. So delete all my Okta session storage. And now I'm going to basically request new tokens. All right. So let's take a look at the new token that I got. Email, OpenID, promos read. All right, now we have the necessary scope. So now when I go in here to promos read and click get our premium promos, my call succeeds. And if you want, you can check that out on the network request. Okay. You can go check out actually the resource server. The resource server basically got the valid request and returns the JSON response. All right. Whew. Okay. This means that we have over an hour to work on the labs. So what we're going to do is, because we have not that many people here who a lot of people signed up and then they didn't show up. We sent this out to 125 people, and looks like we have roughly I don't know, looks like 25 people. No problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our labs. Let me just finish up my presentation 1 second here. All right, so at this point, all right, what we're going to have you do is we're going to have you go to this URL.
And we are back. I'm Aaron Parecki, and I am here with Brian Demers. And we are here to do, or Brian's here, rather, to give you a demo. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
All right, so I'm Brian Demers. I work with Aaron on Okta's evangelism team or advocacy team. Sorry, my brain still trips on that every once in a while. But so I've been working, I don't know, on and off for the past year or so on this tool called the Okta CLI, with the express goal of making developers getting started with Okta easier. So we talk about this a lot on our blog. You know, we write a lot of posts about how to use OAuth with X, right? Like, I'm a Java guy, by sort of history, I guess. So you know how to integrate, I don't know, Spring with Okta, right? It's all OAuth under the covers, it's all standards, which is great. And we do a lot of those types of posts, right? So your front ends, your back ends, whatever you want. But they're all sort of the same when you get down to it, right? You go to Okta, you configure some stuff, and then you take those configuration bits and you put them in your application. And every IDP works like this, right? So if you configure social auth with Google, it works the same way. You have to go to Google's dashboard and find the bits you need somewhere, following some blog posts or documentation or whatever it is, and then put them in your application. And it's a little bit of a dance. So our goal with this tool was originally just to make that process easier. And it's sort of starting to grow and to be a little more than that, which is awesome. But yeah, so I'm going to get started here. So the first thing, I should say the first thing, to give you a history of what, give you some background of what I'm going to do. If you followed the first lab session of the day, we built a little view application. And that whole process, I don't know, took people, once they got to the start with the lab, took any people from half an hour to an hour. And I'm going to try to do that in a couple of minutes. I'm going to drag the process out because we're on this video, and I don't want you to blink and miss it either. So I'm going to try to drag it out and install everything, and then we're going to end up with a very similar app. A view front-end app that you would have had this morning if you followed along. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. And then, oh, come on, share screen. If I can remember how to do this. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to go to cli.okta.com. And we're actually improving this site, so don't worry about that too much. And we're actually embedding some of these directions in our new upcoming blog post. And I know Matt Rabel, who was on the feed earlier, has definitely been doing a ton of work to update a lot of our blog posts with this information as well. But at the end of the day, if you're on a Mac, you use Brew. If you're on Windows, you can use Chocolatey. And if you're on Linux, you can use Flatpak. Or both Linux and Mac also have a shell script option. But basically, you're going to get a binary, you're going to put it on your machine, and you're going to run it, right? But that's what these tools do. So if I've successfully uninstalled things to pretend I have a clean machine, this will work. So I'm going to grab that URL, or not the URL, the command, brew install, which is just installing this cask. And that'll take, a few seconds, hopefully. There we go. All right, so that's going to install the latest Okta CLI. And it's going to set up my path, and do all that stuff for me. And then just to make sure everything's working, you can run the good old version command. Right, so everything's good. It's installed, pretty painless. If you already have in Okta org, then you can run Okta login. Okay, but if you don't and you need to go register, the CLI will do that for you automatically. So you can either run Okta register, or you can just run Okta start, and it will do the registration for you. If you've already logged in, running Okta start will just use what your existing your existing configuration. So
wait,
summarize
Brian,
this. Oh, go ahead.
I have a question.
Sure.
So Okta register, that means you can actually sign up for an Okta developer account from the command line. Is that what you're
It does.
saying?
I should have led with that, right?
Yeah. So I don't have
Yeah,
to go
yeah.
to the website
I usually do,
and
but
fill out a
it,
form.
yeah, yeah. So I usually lead with that, but it's so baked into my head now. It's an automatic
Right.
thing, right? Because I've done this, I don't know, 100 times, right? But yeah, so if you run Okta register, I'm going to run Okta start, but it kicks off the same process. And it will prompt you for an account, and it will do all of the registration for you. Brian, Demers, and I'm actually going to use my personal account here. And then a company, let's just say Okta. This will take a minute, but this will send me an email with basically a TOTP code, and just to prove that I'm a real person. And I'm going to go check my email outside of the screen here.
We don't want to see your inbox.
You do not want to see my inbox. I do not want to show you my inbox. All right, so I have a TOTP code. Now I need to find the streaming window again. All right, so I'm just going to paste this. This is a 6-digit code. I'm going to paste it in here, one-time use, and hit enter, and that's verified my account. And then I'm actually going to go to this URL first to set the password. Oops, I can't copy from that screen. I'm seeing double on my end, so I apologize. All right, so this is my new Okta org. So I've literally set up a brand new account, and I'm setting the password for the first time. And make sure you use a strong password here. I bet you I typed this wrong. Use a password manager or something, but for the sake of this demo, keeping it simple. Hopefully I can remember. I did not type it right. See, I knew I wasn't going to do it.
Of course.
This is one of the downsides of passwords, right? Oh, seriously. Oh, it's a bad password. Good.
Oh.
Good. That's new to me. Okay. So let's do...
What was it?
I'm not going to tell you.
That's bad.
Oh, it's
You
terrible.
should know better.
Yeah, I really should. I was just testing the system.
Yep. It's nice pointing out that little feature we have there in Okta.
Right. It's really what I was doing.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so I've logged in. I've just set my password, and I'm going to ignore this dashboard for the rest of this tutorial, right? But I have an account. This is brand new. This is a free tier developer account. You can use this just like you were signing up through developer.okta.com. But jumping back to my terminal here, I'm going to continue. It's just waiting for me. So as I mentioned before, I'm going to create a view application, basically the same thing we would have done this morning in the lab. So I'll click number 2. And this is going to download a sample app for me, and it's going to configure it. It's going to configure Okta. So it's going to set up an OIDC application. It's going to get my my secret, and it's going to configure my application for me all automatically. And I can get into that in a minute, where those properties are and how that is. But the idea is, well, it's right here actually, right? It's written to this property, but we'll get to that in a minute. So continuing with the demo, I'm going to change the directory, go into this new view folder, and then it's an NPM project. So we assume if you're a node developer, you have NPM installed, right? So I can run NPM install. That'll take, an hour and a half. It's quick. It takes, I don't know, this one takes 20 seconds or so, depending on your internet connection. Hopefully. I may have lied to you.
NPM install is everybody's favorite step of this process.
Yeah. I mean, every tool does the same thing. I'm a Java guy. Maven downloads the internet. Python does the same thing, right? All of these tools download the world. Okay, so great. So I've installed a package. That means all the dependencies are on my machine. There's no vulnerabilities in this project, which is even better. We try to keep these up to date as possible. So then the last thing to do is run npm start. And this, if I've done everything correctly, will spin up an application, or spin up the application. And I'm going to create a new incognito window. Hopefully, you can see this one, right? Yep. Let's go back to this. This is still building and running. I'm using an incognito window just so you can show it. It'll show that it'll prompt me to log in. If I use the other window, I just logged into my Okta dashboard, so it'll look like an SSO type session. So cool. So this thing is all up and running. Let me grab my URL. So it's just localhost 8080. If I go here, so we have this nice little example that uses the Pixie flow. And if I click login, we're going to get redirected to Okta, do the login dance, and come back. And all the OAuth stuff, is handled behind the scenes. And Aaron can tell you all about that if you want. So if you have questions, put them below. All right. Let's see if I can remember that password that I just had. Did I get it right? I did.
Nice.
Great. So now I'm logged in. So now I have a couple other things I can see, right? Up here, I can see a profile and I can log out. If I click profile, I'm going to see the information that was in my ID token. So this, basically that's it, right? So I've created, I've signed up for a new Okta account, and that's free. I've downloaded a sample application, configured it for my new Okta org, and now I have a secure view application running in, I didn't time it, but, a couple minutes, right?
That was pretty quick, I will say.
Yeah. And so the demo has logout, so you can log out, and it's it'll kill the Okta session. There's this other little messages tab that's combines with another example. If you have another resource server, that's sort of outside of my demo for today.
So wait a second, you didn't actually write any code.
I did not write any code, not one line. That is correct. So and if I don't know enough or anything about security, I didn't have to write any of that security code, right? I didn't have to learn about, which OAuth flow is right for me or any of those. I just bootstrapped a new app. Now, don't get me wrong. I feel it is important to understand the security of your application, but I also don't want that to get in the way of me, doing my business logic, right?
Right. Well, and it's frustrating when it's kind of the first thing you have to do before you can even get started is figure out how to make your application secure. So this is nice that you kind of just get a good starting point. I see that it was using Pixie, so it's using this more secure flow by default. And yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a handful of examples in the CLI right now. So let me kill this, and I will show you the list one more time. And so I've already registered for Okta accounts. So if I run Okta start again, it's not going to register for a new account, right? I'm just going to drop right into, pick a sample. But right now we have Vue, we have Spring, Angular, and a couple of React examples. We're adding more. And if there's something, anybody wants to see, let us know. And we'll jump on that actually. But I'm not a JavaScript guy, so I normally would pick like one of the Java variants, right? So pick whatever works for you, and the process works the same. At the end of running start, it'll just go say, go back to your native tools, right? The Spring one uses Maven, so it ends up being a Maven command. The .NET one obviously uses the .NET tool chain, so you get a .NET command to run. And basically the samples all look very similar, and you end up with a functioning app.
That's super cool. It looks like we have a Looks like we have a question in chat. Let me pull up the chat here. Josh says, trying to figure out how to install the CLI app in corporate environments where all the prereqs are not allowed.
So yeah, that's a tough one. So you can go to so let's see if I can. This is an incognito window here, but github.com. Whoops, I can't type, can I? Okta, and the repo is Okta CLI. And you can hit up the releases and all the binaries. You can grab right from here. So the Mac, Linux, and Windows binaries are here. You can just extract the zip. And if you're on Linux or Mac, the execute bit should be set, but it's a zip file, so your mileage may vary there.
That might work. And Micah is also suggesting building from source too.
Yep.
Which I guess is the other
definitely
option.
you can build from source. There's nothing secret in here. So there are instructions back on the main page too. At least there should be, if I've done my job correctly, right? Hopefully we stuck it in here. There we go. Yeah. So the project uses Graal VM, which is a Java runtime. Those details are probably not important unless you're interested in building the source. But basically, install it, run it, and you're done.
Cool. That's fantastic. Yeah, this looks like a very, very good way to get started. It's certainly... So you had to go to the website to set the password, but that was the only thing you used the Okta website for, right? Was just doing your initial sign up.
Yep. So all of the idea here is that we want users to stay in their comfortable zone, right? So if you're not comfortable with the terminal, don't use this tool. We have a user interface for you. We have instructions for those users too. That's totally cool. But if you're command line savvy and you like the idea of automating the world, then definitely check out this tool. And like I said, if you have an existing account, if you've already signed up, through the wizard, you run Okta login, and it'll walk you through how to go set up the CLI for you.
Can you show us that? I'm actually curious.
I can, hopefully. It'll let me kill this. Oh yeah, all right. So we're back on here. Let me move some stuff around so I can show it. Oops, I'm typing the wrong thing in the wrong window. Bear with me. All right, so I basically, one second, sorry. Threw me off, Aaron. so
Unexpected
the
demos.
Right, the configuration is all stored in an Okta directory in your home directory. And this is, a lot of our SDKs work like this. It's very similar to like how the AWS tool works and those types of things. So I just moved my config out of the way. So now if I run Okta login, it should prompt me for my Okta URL, right? Which would be, let me get this out of the way, which should be this URL. Do we show this still here? There we go. This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to copy that and paste that here. Oh.
Do you have to type HTTPS?
It's a good question.
Maybe you should solve
that. You want to try that?
Copy and paste. Yeah, try it without. We'll see if you coded defensively.
All right, we'll see if I don't think I'm that good. Yeah. So it does show you how to go find a link to go how to find
decently useful error message though. So that's at least good.
We did spend a lot of time on some of these error messages. All right, so let's try that again with the protocol this time. I thought I probably should fix that, huh? All right, so now you need an API token. So we have started updating our all of our APIs to allow OAuth tokens. So in the very near future, I hope that this tool will also use that, which it's at least you can downscope your token however you want, but we have a bit of a chicken or an egg problem that you need your Okta org before you can go set up a token. So it's an interesting problem to work out.
Right.
But anyway, so this is sort of the traditional route of it's just an API key. So with Okta, I can go over here to what is it? Security. I think it's over here. API. Oh, there we go. And then tokens. And then I'm going to create a new one for this demo. And I'm going to have to delete this, of course, right after this call. But
Yep. I mean, you're going to delete the whole org after the call, right?
yes, very much so. Oh, I think he shows it to the screen. Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
All right, but I am all set up now. So now I can run Okta apps. And that's just going to list all my applications. So we took inspiration from the Heroku CLI. So if you're familiar with how that works, we try to take some of the similar ideas. But this should run and list the app that I just created. So now I basically started with an existing org. I ran Okta login. I typed in my URL, my API key, and now I can run other commands. And there's a hidden feature in here too. It's called Okta logs. I can see all of my log activity
nice.
or whatever. So there's some cool things we're trying to add in here as we go.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, that is super cool.
Yeah. So do we have any other questions? Can I answer anything else, or what do you think?
It looks like Matt wants a shirt that says "I heart the Okta CLI."
I too want a shirt that says "I heart the CLI."
Yeah.
So Matt, you're the t-shirt wizard now, I think. So you should get on that.
Matt wants to know about Okta logs. Why was that a hidden feature?
So I don't know, to be honest. So I do know. So it ended up being from a hackathon. So one of my colleagues created a hackathon and used Go, I think, if I remember right, to sort of prototype some of these ideas. And he had this logs command, and I wanted to see if it would work. So I quickly added this Okta logs feature, but I hid it because it's a little tricky because the logs at Okta are a little delayed. I think there's up to like 2 minutes delay. So if you're following your logs and you log in, it's not super obvious. It makes sense from Okta and replication and whatnot, right? But if you're watching this, go ahead and use it. But there's some limitations that I think we just need to document around before.
Yeah, it's true. I would expect a CLI log tool to be tailing it in real time.
Right. So that delay is sort of I got you if you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be seconds, right? But it's up to 2 minutes, I think.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Matt has another question. How do I add new redirect URIs to an app?
That is a great question. So if you have an existing app, you cannot yet do that through the CLI. You'd have to go through the Okta dashboard to do it. I know Matt has been. He would love to see something like I think ultimately what we want is probably like Okta. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you. Okta apps config like URI or so or redirect URI or something like that. I think is our goal. And then you could add your new one here, or set them. It's an array, so it's a little tricky. Do you require somebody to update the whole list? Do you say am I
always
config
append?
add?
Yeah.
So there's some tricky things we have to work out. Nothing monumental, right? We just Need to sit down and think about it for a few minutes, but
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, cool. I think we're about at the end of the time, and that was an awesome demo. That was very straightforward, very pretty easy way to get started. Definitely exciting, and it's going to clean up our blog posts a ton, I know.
yes, yeah, Matt. I know Matt's been working really hard updating a ton of blog posts. So we, for background, we just updated the admin console in Okta, so things are a little different. So some of the UI didn't quite match up to a lot of the screenshots we've taken before. So Matt has been going through and updating a ton. So he's been doing all the heavy lifting.
Yep. Everybody should send Matt nice comments.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it for this. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for joining the stream today.
Thanks for
We're
having
taking
me,
another
Aaron.
yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take another short break and come back in a few minutes, and we will be back for some more Q&A with Micah, and then have one more demo for you before we wrap up for the day. So, thanks everybody for joining. And we are back. Good to see everybody back here again. Thank you all for joining. I'm back here with Micah again to wrap up the day with a couple of things. We'll be doing random Q&A again, so as always, feel free to drop questions in the chat if you are watching live. And Micah will also be showing the Heroku demo. So,
Nice.
yeah,
Should we kick it off?
why not? Let's do it.
All right. So let's see. I forgot where I go to share my screen.
Not
Oh,
that
there we
one.
go. I got it.
This is what happens when I give Micah director power in the
I know,
StreamYard.
right?
There we go. Okay.
Is it correct?
Yeah, looks
You see
good.
my Heroku screen? Okay, cool. So just in case you're not familiar with Heroku, it's an application hosting platform. It's very easy to use. It's very robust. And one of the cool things that it has is this notion of add-ons. And if you are familiar with Heroku, you've almost certainly used these. You can go and add, say, a MySQL add-on.
Yeah, I've added like
Easily.
databases and like Redis.
Yeah. Postgres, Redis. Oh, here we go. Find more add-ons. That's what I was looking for. Right. So it has all of these and really handy stuff for just about any type of application you'd be deploying. Now I've forgotten what I just called this. Yeah, like a general demo. So I can add, a free tier of MySQL super easy to this app. And from here, I can switch over to a paid tier if I want, and they all have different levels of access. And just by virtue of adding this, in this case, MySQL, it also sets a bunch of configuration, like this JAWS DB URL is now connected to MySQL instance. So that's generally what add-ons are in Heroku, and we've created an Okta add-on that makes it super easy to add Okta to a Heroku app. And if you tuned into the previous demo from Brian, this is very similar to what's going on with the Okta CLI, and it even shares some elements of the back end. So what I thought I would do here is show you in the context of JHipster, which Matt demoed earlier. JHipster has support built in for deploying to Heroku and for the Okta Heroku add-on. So it makes for kind of a full circle demo here. And I previously installed JHipster. And so I'm just going to run this command to create a JHipster app, and it's going to ask me a bunch of questions. I'm going to create a monolith application. I'm going to call this, what did I call the first one? JHip Hero Demo 1. I don't want Webflux, so I'll leave the default package name. Now here's where things get interesting and where all of this kind of ties together. So JHipster has some sensible defaults, and one of the defaults it's assuming is that you're going to build an app that needs auth, and there's a bunch of different options here, but we can choose OAuth and OIDC, and it works with Keycloak and Okta out of the box. Keycloak is a very robust, well-written, kind of on-prem OAuth server. Okta is a cloud service, and it works with either of those. I'm just going to select some other defaults here. No database, no cache. We'll leave it as Maven because everybody knows Maven is better than Gradle. Thank you, Matt. And I don't need anything from the JHipster registry. We can choose a front end. In case you didn't tune into JHipster earlier, JHipster is an application generator that after you answer some questions, leaves you with a fully functioning app with a SPA front end and a Spring Boot back end. And you have a bunch of choices here for the front end. I'm just going to choose React. I don't know React very well, but we'll see at the end of this that I have a fully running, ready to go application that's integrated, that's deployed to Heroku and integrated with Okta. I'm not going to worry about generating an admin UI. I have some choices for themes here. I don't want internationalization support. I don't need anything extra. And so now it's going to generate this application. Now I'm actually going to let this one run because it doesn't take too long. The next step takes a little bit longer, and so I pre-created a JHipster app with Heroku already integrated. So we'll do a little bit of the old style cooking shows in just a moment, where I'll take the completed recipe out of the oven while the real one is cooking. This should just take a moment. And this is setting up everything that we need for the front end app, which, as Brian talked about earlier, involves downloading the entire internet with many NPM type projects. But this doesn't take that long, about a minute. Unless I'm lying. I think we're just about done. All right. Give me back my command line. There we go. All right, so now we have a basic JHipster app that's ready to integrate with an OAuth service of my choice. Now I'm going to set it up so that it's actually going to deploy to Okta and use Heroku. And to do that, I just type in JHipster Heroku. Oops. That was not what I meant to do. Here we go. JHipster Heroku. Now it's going to ask me a couple more questions. I'll leave that as it is. I'll deploy to the US region. We'll use Git, Java 11. And here's where I can say, yes, provision the Okta add-on. So this is where it's going to not only deploy this application to Heroku, but it's going to provision Okta along the way. And similar to what Brian was showing, we're going to see that there's no need to interact with the Okta admin. This is all command line stuff. Is there a question?
So this is doing a bunch of things at once. This is, up until this point, you've now got a running application that you could run on your machine, right?
Right.
But next step is to deploy it, and you're going to both push it to Heroku and make an Okta account at the same time.
That's right. So there's a lot going on, and maybe is a little bit understandable why this particular part takes a little longer. But it's doing all that right now. It's preparing the app to deploy to Heroku. It's allocating an Okta org, and it's actually going to deploy it to Heroku. So I'm going to let that run. But here's the part where we can do the old school cooking show type of scenario, and here's it fully baked out of the oven. So what you're left with is a user ID and an initial password, which is just a UUID, which you can use to log in. And you can also, if you're familiar with the Heroku CLI, you can see the config that's been set for this Okta instance. And it includes an Okta org URL. It includes an API token. It's set up a couple of applications and configured environment variables for those applications. So we have a SPA, an OpenID Connect SPA app. We have a web app as well, and an issuer. All of this is set up so that I can now go to this app, and I called it JHip Hero Demo. And I'll bring up an incognito window here and jump over to that app. And it's probably been put to sleep through inactivity. I forgot to preload it before this, so it'll take a moment to wake up. We can actually watch that happen. There we go. So here's kind of your vanilla, cookie cutter React JHipster app, but I have some navigation here and I can go and sign in. And this now redirects me to this Okta org that's been configured, created, and configured for use with this application. Now I could use the ooh, I might have scrolled it off the screen. Here we go. I could use this other user that was set up for me. This is an ordinary user in Okta, but part of the provisioning process also creates a super admin user. So I'm just going to log in with that super admin user, and you can see that all of this is changeable after the fact, but the initial user ID and password involve these random UUID values. So I'm going to paste those 2 bits of information in. Now I'm going to get hopefully redirected back to the application in an authenticated state. So all of that was done without having to visit the Okta admin console at all. And this is running in Heroku, and it's now ready for me to customize and really build out this app, but I don't have to worry about the auth piece is kind of just taken care of here.
Right. That was
yeah, this is
pretty
still running.
Seamless, actually. So you have an app now not only built, but also deployed to Heroku. And it is running on Heroku and already configured with Okta for login. That is kind of amazing.
Yeah. Oh, and one other thing that I think is worth showing here, and this is part of the Heroku experience. So I called that JHip Hero demo. Similar to what you would find with MySQL or Redis or any of these other add-ons, part of the requirement of building an add-on is that you provide SSO from Heroku to whatever the add-on is. So coming over here, you can click on Okta, and this will jump you right over to your Okta org without any additional authentication required. And now,
how does that work?
Oh, it's some serious voodoo involved. I'll tell you what. Okta or Heroku, rather, peeking behind the curtain here a little bit, has a robust but proprietary SSO mechanism. They don't use a standard, which is unfortunate in my mind. I love Heroku, but I think that's a mistake. But we implemented all of that so that it would work properly. And
you had to implement that on the add-on, I assume, because Okta doesn't support
yes.
Heroku's proprietary.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So over here in the Okta org, I can see that these apps that have been created. Here's a little peek.
There's the one for their SSO. Okay.
Yeah. So there is maybe a hair of fragility in there for people watching. It says do not alter here. If you were to say delete this app that was created in Okta, that would break SSO. So that's a little more fragile than we would prefer, but
you could still log into your org with a password.
Oh yeah, you'd never. That's exactly right. You'd never lose access to the org. The only thing you'd be breaking is this, Heroku to Okta SSO.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call it a security risk per se. It's more of a kind of user experience risk if if you were to break that. But you have the you're always a command away from the initial config, which includes a super admin login. So you can always log in directly to the Okta org. If you may not even want to use that SSO mechanism, so you have another way to get to that Okta org if you need to.
Yeah, makes sense. It's very cool.
Thanks. Yeah, and we're in beta right now with the Heroku add-on, and it's literally going to GA on Monday.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So can we use it in beta right now or not till Monday? It's only a few days away.
Yeah, you can use it right now. Once it gets, the way that Heroku works, once it's in beta, it's publicly available, it's publicly searchable,
Okay.
so anybody can use it right now.
That is very cool.
Yeah, so happy to answer any questions about that or anything else anybody wants to talk about.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for the demo.
Sure.
Let's see. We do have a question. Will this video session be available for viewing after on this channel? And the answer is yes. So we will leave this stream up for viewing later in case anybody wants to. And with any luck, I'll hopefully segment out the individual demos as their own videos as well, so that you don't have to scroll through a 6-hour-long live stream.
Nice.
So yeah, for the rest of the time, we will feel free to drop in more questions about OAuth, Heroku, JHipster, or whatever into the chat. We'll answer questions. Otherwise, we're just going to keep talking about stuff. So you're going to get whatever you get unless you come with your own questions. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on. I think it's a lot easier to get going as a developer now with this stuff thanks to all these little tools.
Yeah, I gotta say, I hope other people have the same experience, but this has been kind of a fun day for me. We covered a lot of ground, did a lot of hands-on stuff. That's for any conference I attend, that's the stuff that I seek out. The hands-on stuff, the stuff I can, kind of go along with on my own computer while watching what somebody else is doing. So I hope everybody else enjoyed it too.
Yeah, I hope so. We had a lot of good demos, a lot of good. The labs were a lot of fun to do that, and you got a sneak peek of the hands-on exercises without having to actually be part of the enrolled course. So that was nice to be able to do that and share that with everybody as well. Oh, this is a great question from Matt. What was the hardest part of developing the Heroku add-on?
The hardest part was the SSO piece for sure. It required a little bit of API gymnastics to bridge that gap between Heroku and Okta.
Yeah, as somebody who lives and breathes in the OAuth and OpenID Connect space, I am fascinated by that part of it. But it sounds like the Heroku is actually doing the SSO to your little app that's running, and that app is doing OIDC to Okta, to that app you created in Okta. Is that correct?
Ultimately, yes. There's a little bit of
There's even more
in
to it?
between stuff. There's a little bit of stuff that happens in between what you just described, but yes, it's at the last leg of the SSO interaction is to hit an OIDC endpoint having established a session with Okta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is some gymnastics. I feel like the double layer, 2-layer SSO flows are always hard to keep track of in your head.
Yeah, indeed.
Even when they're both OIDC, and not to mention some proprietary thing.
Yeah, that's right.
What would you do you have any thoughts on Heroku's proprietary mechanism? Is it kind of like OpenID Connect, or is it like SAML, or is it just something totally different?
I mean, it's kind of old school, As a security professional, I'm impressed with it because it's robust, it's well thought out. The other edge of that sword is kind of just leaves me wondering why. And I've had this conversation with Heroku, and again, lots of love for Heroku, but this is one decision that I find is a little bit of a head scratcher. And I guess, I mean, if I wanted to play devil's advocate and try to get into Heroku's head, they're dealing with, businesses from Redis to MySQL to Postgres to Okta. There's hundreds of these add-ons and very disparate types of businesses and also to their credit, their mechanism for SSO has been around for a very long time. What would make it easier on us and make it less fragile would be if Okta's backend supported it, its core backend, and that's just for a little bit of history. That's what we ended up doing at Stormpath way back when. Our engineering team actually added a little, a back-end support for Heroku's SSO mechanism so that we didn't have to go through, API gymnastics. But,
Okay.
you know, I, my own personal opinion, without any sort of background or knowledge of what they went through, is that, it would be just as easy to build and support for a standard as it would be to roll your own. So,
Yeah, yeah.
if for instance they supported OIDC, since we have the ability to, support OIDC generally, it would have been a pretty simple matter to provide SSO from Heroku to Okta.
Right. Do you know when they made their initial support for SSO? Do you know when they developed it?
That's a really good question. I mean, it's 7 to 10 years ago minimum. It's been around
Mm,
a while.
okay. So OIDC was still pretty new at that point then, I would say. Because
Right.
OAuth was finalized in 2012, and OIDC builds on OAuth, which means it can't have been finalized before that. So,
Yeah. Again, without really knowing what's going on behind the scenes at Heroku, I would say, at least from the outside, they have thousands of these add-ons, and their system seems to be working. They keep getting, other companies like Okta to add
mhm.
more add-ons. So they may just kind of think, well, you know, it's not broke, so why fix it?
It's not broke, and it's been around for so long that they do have a real excuse for why it's not a standards based approach. And
Right.
if they don't really gain much by switching to a standard, then there's not a lot of motivation for them. The main benefit, I would guess, would be that it would let companies like Okta integrate natively as opposed to having to spend more engineering time on the integration. So it depends on who has the power dynamics there, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, prior to Salesforce acquiring Heroku, if it might have been a different dynamic. But you know, if it's Okta saying, "Hey, go support OIDC," and Salesforce saying, "We have this SSO mechanism," it's kind
Hmm.
of an even match at that point.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Heroku, a Salesforce company, is kind of like, well, if you want to have an add-on on our platform, here's what you have to do.
right. Yeah, it's a tough one. We have another question from the chat. So, how can we delegate responsibility? For example, only team A can manage their authorization server, set policies and rules, but other teams with their own AS can't.
That's a good question. There's a whole section now for applications where you can um, use OAuth for apps, and there's a pretty fine grain of scope control. I don't know if that's one of them off the top of my head. I could take a look. I don't know
Mm,
if, you know, control of authorization servers or a particular authorization server is one of those scopes. I do believe that there's an Okta admin type that is I'm going to look at this right now real quick, but I believe there's an Okta admin type that is like an OIDC manager or an authorization server manager, and you can
mhm,
limit that type of administrator to one particular authorization server. So they could add new scopes or new claims. They could assign which apps can use that authorization server, but they wouldn't be able to do that in any other authorization server for the same Okta org. I'm going to double check on that right now, and I'm going to use the SSO from Heroku to Okta to do it, just to check it out. Why don't I share my screen again real quick, and we'll go on this little journey together.
yeah.
So let's see, if I go to security and administrators, this is one way that I'm thinking of. And here's admin types. API access management is an admin type, and I'm not entirely sure what that gives you access to. So let's go to Okta admin types. Ooh, this is moving in the developer section. We go to developer.okta.com and look for administrator roles. How about that? Oh, rabbit hole. Rabbit hole alert.
This is just describing
Right.
the API for it. What about
Yes.
just the concepts of administrator roles?
Let's see. Let's take this back to Google. Oops, except for Okta. That's the API reference. That's help. Let's see. There's somewhere in our docs, and I should be able to find it more easily, that we have a table of these admin permissions.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All right. Well,
Can you just try it?
it's a little bit of a fail, but I'll see if I can find it, and if I do, we'll go from there.
Yeah. But anyway, the overall sort of goal of what you're looking for is creating a user with a specific set of permissions, or
Yeah, I think the idea would be you have a user and you can assign that user an admin role, like API access admin, and that would give them control over an authorization server, where they could configure that authorization server in whatever way made sense, but they wouldn't have access to other authorization servers. So you could kind of partition out your administration that way if you have multiple authorization servers.
so that sounds like okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Using authorization servers to segment who can manage them.
Right. Which hopefully
that'd
I
be cool.
didn't miss the nature of the question altogether. It seemed like that's what they were asking.
Yeah. Well, speaking of multiple authorization servers, that was actually something that came up during the during Chris's lab earlier. He was talking about using multiple API or multiple authorization servers to segment out different aspects of your own API and your own access control, which I think is always a question people ask is like, why would you want to add more than one authorization server, or when might you need more than one? And I get some good examples in there, I thought, and yeah, it's interesting. So the way it works in Okta is the one authorization server gets one audience claim. So this is the idea is that the authorization server issuing access tokens will put a particular audience string into the access token, and the audience is meant to represent the API that it is protecting. So basically, you would have one authorization server per API that you are building. Now, you get to decide what the scope of that API is, because your one API could actually be an API gateway to a bunch of backend microservices, and nobody cares about the difference between that. But you could also decide that your API that you're building is actually a bunch of different logical APIs, and you might have an API for processing actual orders, like taking orders and doing the checkout flow, and a separate API for managing the product catalog, right? Where those are pretty different APIs, even if they share the same backend database. And then it makes sense to have multiple, like one authorization server for each one, because those access tokens aren't going to be used by the same app talking to both of them, right? You're going to have your application for your staff to manage the inventory, and a separate application that's your public facing app, that's your shopping, your catalog and shopping cart. So I think that's a nice example of when it makes sense to use multiple authorization servers and how you might use those different audience values.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
I think I did find a reasonable reference here. Let's.
I got it.
Oh, was I still sharing my screen?
No,
All
I
right.
just switched ahead of you.
Haha, nice. So you can see my screen now, yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet. So this is in our help center, and it's kind of this massive table of all the different admin roles, but it has this API access management admin role that you can assign to a user. And it kind of covers the things that I was talking about. So like you can, this may be like super small for people, but
Yeah.
you can add, delete, edit authorization server scope, claims, and policies. You can view users that are assigned to the
But
well, I
is
guess
that
you can view
across?
users in general.
Is that across all authorization servers though, or can you assign it to a particular authorization server?
I believe that you can assign it to a particular authorization server. Let's just see if I add an admin role to this JHipster user. Right now, this is an ordinary user that was set up as part of that JHipster. So I'm going to say API Access Management Administrator. And then I should be able to, actually now I didn't have to like assign this
Yeah.
user to any particular authorization server. So maybe it is not entirely clear to me, but it looks like it might be general uh, overview of any authorization server.
So maybe
We'll have
that's a
to
good
see.
feature request.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I think I did change the password on this. Let's see. Hooray. So let's go see what I can do. Yeah, so it looks like I can add a new authorization server. And I looks like I can mess
But you
around
can
with the default
still change the
authorization
default
server.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's a good feature request. Being able to
Yeah.
assign users to specific authorization servers.
Yeah, indeed.
So yeah, file that as a where is it? The ideas website? Okta
Oh, yeah.
ideas.
Where is that?
Ideas.okta.com. Oh, it
Let's
just
double
drops
check.
into a login. I think that is the right site though. Anyway. Yeah, good question. Oh, and Josh says, I saw there was something on the future roadmap for more detailed roles, so maybe it would be part of that enhancement. I don't know if that is the case, but that is hopeful. The whole OAuth for Okta stuff is relatively new still as well, so hopefully that continues to improve in the future.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, well, cool. What else? Do you have any other ideas about multiple authorization servers?
Yeah, we were talking, a couple of us were talking a little about this earlier, and I've certainly created a bunch of apps, microservices architecture, or an app that for one reason or another has multiple resource servers. And when it was all kind of in the same, problem domain of the app, I just reused the same authorization server, even if it was a different resource server. But I can certainly imagine a scenario where you have very disparate services, and maybe you want to be able to compile them, or have different configurations for different applications, where some applications can access some and some cannot, or they're put together in different ways. And I could imagine having different authorization servers in that scenario, where you have like a real kind of apples to oranges sort of resource servers that do very different things.
Mhm.
Um, if it's a cluster of resource services for high availability, or if it's different resource services that are kind of in service of the same application, then it seems like you could just make use of the same resource server, which is actually kind of handy, because then you have
Same
an access
authorization
token
server, yeah.
that yeah, you have an access token with the right audience, and you can hit different API endpoints on different resource servers with the same access token.
I think another thing to keep in mind there is that you get to define policies on within an authorization server on token lifetimes. So how long you want tokens to last, how they should be issued, depending on scopes and roles of users and all those kinds of. There's a lot of rules you can sort of stack up to create your policies, and that lives within one authorization server. So if you have rules you may want you may want relatively complicated rules that exist within a certain area because they're talking to certain backends, it may become too complex to try to manage those rules along with a set of rules for a totally different set of use cases. So drawing a line there makes sense, where you can separate those two out so that you aren't having to make sure your rules don't conflict with each other or interfere with each other in strange, unexpected ways.
Yeah, and that's a good as developers we might call that a code smell, but like a policy smell. If you have
Mm-hmm.
tens of rules in your policy, it's kind of an indicator that maybe you need to break things up a little, because
Mm.
we get a lot of help requests where um, I think the most common one is where somebody's not getting issued a token and they expect it to be, and it turns out that
Mm-hmm.
they're hitting a deny rule, before the accept rule would have gotten hit in their policy, their policy stack. So if you're getting into really complex policies and rules, that can be um, an indicator that you might want to break things up a little.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, cool. Um, any other thoughts? Otherwise, we can close things out. It's a little bit before our scheduled end time, but I feel like we've done a pretty good overview of a bunch of different topics today. It's been a wild ride, and thanks, Micah, for joining as
Sure.
co-host of today on your very last day of work.
Yeah, it's been a treat.
Yeah.
One thing I might add just in closing is for the projects that we kind of featured today. Um, they're all open source. JHipster's open
Mm-hmm.
source. The Okta CLI has an open source component to it, even though there's a private backend. Um, and same thing with the Heroku add-on. And so if feature requests, GitHub issues, those are all at the general community's disposal. If it's behaving in a way that doesn't make sense, or you want to see a feature added, we're really, these are all kind of new technologies that we want to see the developer community really embrace. So we're
Yep.
we're listening.
Yep. It looks like we have the link for the Okta CLI is this one. And we also have a separate org for some of the developer tools as well, which is it Okta Developer on GitHub?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops. Jeez. Click too many things. Um, so this link on GitHub there's a bunch of other demos there, and then of course the always happy to hear from you, as from filing issues on those repos and things like that. We also have blog posts of a bunch of the content demos of these things that we've been talking about. So leaving comments on those blog posts is a good way to get in touch as well. If you have problems or questions or feature requests, we do read the comments on the blog posts. So it's another good place to try to get in touch with us. Yeah, and Josh, thank you for all the questions as well. That saw you pop up here a bunch of times. So awesome! Thanks for joining. A lot of. It's a great crowd today. A lot of good questions for developer-focused content today. It's been great.
Yeah, and one other link I'll just put in the YouTube chat here. This for the Okta Heroku add-on, the way to list post issues or ask for features is through Heroku's Elements site. Since the back end of that is private source, that's the best way to get our attention for the Okta Heroku add-on.
Cool. Okay. Is that like through the Heroku's web interface?
Yeah, there's a link there. There's a support link there that finds its way directly to our support team, and depending on what it the nature of the support would find its way to us, and that would be a good place to put in issues or feature requests or anything else.
Great. Beautiful. Yeah. And what was the link to that? Or is it just in the add-on once you're in the add-on?
Well, you can get to it directly from the add-on, but also in the page that you just had up toward the bottom, there's a support link that has a lot of that page that you were on has a lot of overview information, and it shows the beta tag still that'll go away on Monday. But toward the bottom, there's it also has a bunch of documentation there, which if we've done our job right, you don't really need. But if you are curious, you can go look at that documentation. It's got some direct email support that comes right back to us.
Got it. Yep. Great. Well, thanks for that. All right. And I guess with that, we will wrap things up. So thanks to everybody for joining today. It's been a marathon of a live show. So this will stick around on YouTube. So you feel free to watch back the replay if you want anytime. And subscribe on YouTube. Give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe so you can make sure you don't miss our other content, because we post stuff here all the time. And we're going to post a bunch of the talks from Oktane, our developer talks, here as well. So you'll be able to watch those if you missed them. If you missed them live during Oktane21, those will be on the channel here shortly. So yeah, excellent. With that, thanks everybody for joining, and see you in the next video.